Az MNB büszkén jelenti be, hogy valamennyi konferenciája
The Central Bank of Hungary announces proudly that all conferences are carbon neutral. And this event is also, we are planting forests for a greener transition. This figure increases year by year in Hungary. It was in the act on the Hungarian National Bank that was set out that environmental consciousness was one of the basic principles of the bank. So therefore, we are facilitating the green transition of the financial system. The Hungarian National Bank would like to set an example for Hungarian financial institutions in this area. Therefore, it neutralizes its carbon footprint. And for this purpose, the bank's own CO2 emissions are set off by establishing green habitats. We have started a small pilot, and in 2022 we have made a plantation of a forest in Gest in order to set off the harmful emissions. The National Bank of Hungary is committed to keeping up this practice also in the future.
Tisztelt Köztársasági Elnök úr, alelnök úr.
Dear Mr. President, Deputy Government, ladies and gentlemen, dear listeners, I would like to welcome you to the Green Finance Conference of the National Bank of Hungary, which will focus on biodiversity in the context of sustainability. I'm Melita Güdi, the presenter of today's event, and I would like to welcome those who are joining us online. At the beginning of the conference, I cordially invite Dr. Csaba Kandrács, Deputy Governor of the National Bank of Hungary, to deliver his welcome speech.
Tisztelt Köztársasági Elnök úr,
Mr. President,
vezérigazgató, hölgyek és urak, monetáris tanács
CEOs, members of the Monetary Council, ladies and gentlemen, the people present online and here in the hall. I would like to welcome all of you on this notable day. The National Bank of Hungary has organized the sixth event of this kind, the Green Conference, the Green Finance Conference. The President in the past days in a program announced that we need to change the mentality, and that is exactly why we decided to take a somewhat novel approach to this conference. So there have been some people who thought that it was a very festive event, and this is how we actually organized this conference, so that we can hear a lot about the different climate change related topics, and now we are going to talk about this as well, but maybe we will have a different arrangement to convey the message. Well, our conference is always devoted to a specific topic. So far we've had climate change, then energy as a topic, and this year we are going to talk about biodiversity and its reduction, and also the related complex nature-related risks. So these are the topics that we are going to talk about. The ecosystem services, like for instance the cleaning of air and water and maintaining soil production and biodiversity. So all these factors contribute to food production and the stability of our economy. And also in creating cultural values, these factors play an important role, and that is why their protection is indispensable. Although the degradation of nature is one of the global risks, we have to emphasize how important this is. What we know from the global risk report of the Economic Forum that the disruption in nature and biodiversity, that this is in the top 3 risks globally. And we can also sense what impact it makes in Hungary, because there are severe droughts and then the sudden torrential rains. So I think that the figure 830 is remembered by everybody, but because it was 830 centimeters at which level the Danube peaked here in Budapest. But we are still in the initial phase in terms of how these risks appear in terms of corporations and capital investors. Most people are not clear on the impacts and the exposures that we are facing. At the same time, there is the Paris Accord in which the goal is to have a strategy for decarbonization, and this is a goal which is rather difficult to formulate in numeric terms. Here it is necessary to set out nature positive goals. It is not enough to have the aim to reduce negative effects to zero. If we think about the financial system, then figures speak for themselves. And according to the survey of the UN Environment Program, the invested area in this area is $200 billion, whereas the global capital flow in the area is much more, which is $7 billion. And a very important restriction in the way of solving these problems is that we do not have sufficient public and private financing for initiatives and investment projects that would facilitate positive impacts. And $1.7 billion is the amount, a trillion is the amount that is invested into this whole area. Biodiversity is very much connected to our life. It has an impact on the soil, food production, pharmaceutical production, tourism, healthcare, raw materials, animals in the weather. So all these areas are connected. And we are all concerned, both locally and globally, and financial risks have got an effect on the whole financial system. Because, for instance, if because of the reduction of insects and birds, there is a whole change in the environment, in nature, and it has got an impact on price stability. And also there is a reduction of the number of insects, and in China, manual pollinators are actually used. What can we do as the National Bank of Hungary? So far, we have been active and we pay a special attention to climate risks. I think that we very early recognized that the challenges from the reduction of biodiversity may mean systematic financial risks as well, that we can only respond to in a holistic way, taking social, economic, financial and other aspects into consideration. We also have got a green mandate, and we are very proud of that, because the National Bank of Hungary has activities that very much are connected with global sustainability, and that is why the government has set out for the first time in the Act on the National Bank of Hungary that in order to facilitate environmental sustainability, we have to take the necessary measures also as the Central Bank of Hungary, of course with without making it to the detriment of our core activity. And the IMF has made a study in which it describes that those central banks that have got a clear set of goals, these goals put into a hierarchy and including environmental sustainability related tasks, so that these central banks are much better off as a national bank compared to those who do not have that content. Our green offer was an important milestone because since after 2025, national banks will have to introduce stress tests for the future climate change and future risks. And we have got a green capital requirement program to facilitate green lending, and in this program biodiversity also plays an important role. As you could before see from this small spot, in 2019 we launched a green program, and we try to be at the top of this initiative. Therefore, for the period 2020 and 22, in our environmental strategy we declared that we would like to pursue our operational activity fully in a neutral, carbon neutral way. We try to gradually reduce the carbon exhaust, and we would like to set it off with green programs. WWF is our cooperating partner in all that. And if we think about the research cooperation, then here I really would like to take pride in telling you that there is a common project with OECD and the European Commission. There is an agreement that is issuing a call to stop the loss of biodiversity and for the recovery. There is a common vision, there is a common goal towards which we need to go. And once we are talking about vision, measurability is important, so we have to set out measurable goals. Measurements, data, and feedbacks are all necessary for us to see how efficient our measures are and where are the points to be improved. So there is this common project between our national bank, OECD, and the European Commission came to an end in June this year, and this was exactly the objective of that. We revealed the different interrelations between the different areas, and this work was actually introduced at the UN's Biodiversity Conference COP16. What is the purpose of this day today? It is that we need systematic intervention for a proper transition, and this has to be coordinated between the different levels of the society. So we need to find and identify different synergies which go beyond the activities of one single company. Today, we wish to ensure an inspiring environment in which we can facilitate further moves in transformation. For that, we need innovation, leadership, and the critical rethinking of our earlier structures. We have got a dual structure today. First, we are going to take a look at the horizon to get an outlook into international trends and processes, and then under scrutiny, we also will have the Hungarian context. We are going to hear from our own Hungarian partners about what works and about the challenges. I would like to direct your attention to the discussion in the afternoon. We are going to exchange experiences. This is a new element compared to earlier conferences. Our intention is to share knowledge, to ask questions, and to create new technical relations. So this is going to be an opportunity for everybody, not only to be enriched enriched with new information, but also to gain inspiration and motivation, so that when we go home, at least one thing of what we've heard here could be integrated into our lives and works. And this day is also new because we are going to have an award ceremony to award the different projects, initiatives, and also our financial institutions, sector by sector, those who spearhead the implementation of green thoughts.
I'd like to, for this very reason, draw our attention and call upon the representatives of the financial sector to actively participate in the effort aimed at protecting biodiversity. It's a joint responsibility in order to maintain future sustainability, so it's required to take action as soon as possible. Thank you very much for coming. I wish to say thank you to the participants and wish you a very good conference and very good mood for the conference today, and many new thoughts and, as much as possible, actions from those thoughts. Thank you very much for being with us here at the conference. Thank you very much, Deputy Governor, for your valuable thoughts. We are honored to have here Dr. János Áder, former President of the Republic, President of the Blue Planet Foundation, to share his thoughts. So I'd like to honorably ask the President to deliver his keynote speech. Good morning. I'd like to very cordially welcome everyone, and a special welcome to Mr. Csaba Kandrács, Deputy Governor, who invited me to the meeting today. When I started my preparation the day before yesterday for this presentation, well, you will see a number of pictures behind me, and it's not going to be a traditional welcome speech. First, I was given 15 minutes, and then, although I didn't ask, it was increased to half an hour. It's more than a welcome speech, so I'm going to deliver a presentation. I may not even be able to keep to the half-an-hour time limit, but please forgive me for that. When I prepared for the presentation, I remembered what day we would have today. And I thought, okay, the management of the National Bank of Hungary were either extremely brave or very committed to organize this event on the second day of the US elections, focusing on biodiversity. And then they couldn't even know that there would be another event, the summit of the heads of the European Union starting in Budapest today. And as to how this event will compete with that big event in the media and in the news, well, I'll be curious to see. So at times like this, yes, the politician does come out of you. You cannot control your nature. When I was preparing to come here, I had a blue tie in my hand. And my wife said, "Why are you putting on a blue tie?" So I quickly changed it. And when I stepped in, the counter was on 269, but now everyone recognizes the win of Donald Trump. They won the Senate, the Republicans, and in the House of Representatives they are set to have a majority as well. This is certainly a historical moment and a time period of 2 years that will offer new opportunities under this presidency. But if you think about it, against such a media campaign, against armies of celebrities, despite all the manipulations of the opposition, to have such a clear victory after 8 years of a ridicule campaign, And it doesn't matter what you think about the previous performance of Donald Trump and what he may do. It's certainly a deed or an event that is of high significance. So how do you tie that comment to biodiversity? Well, I am not venturing to find a sentence to make a link between the two, but I got up at 4 o'clock this morning to watch the broadcast of CNN. And that may slow down my operation today. And if I happen to fall asleep during my speech, please wake me up. One more current comment, which is actually already linked to the strictly taken topic of the conference. It was only a few days ago that the so-called COP16 was finished in Colombia, the biodiversity conference, the 16th conference organized by the UN. They were discussing matters for almost 2 weeks, and the final result, with the usual diplomatic catchphrases, could be summarized as there was no breakthrough. And if we actually say it more specifically without being overtly polite, well, we should look at what the objective of the COP was. And it has to do also with financial diversity. So they are saying that we should reform the parts of the global financial system that is harming the environment. And this is the purpose for what so many people came together in Colombia for 2 weeks, and they got nowhere. They didn't manage to reach the target they set 2 years ago either, because 2 years ago they were set to spend $200 billion on preserving biological diversity and give an equivalent amount to developing countries for the same purpose. But there was also a sub-objective of spending $20 million on this per annum, which they failed to achieve as well. And then biodiversity and finances. US academic Edward Orson Wilson said that biodiversity is our most valuable but least appreciated resource. And perhaps the most important part is the least appreciated phrase. So I'd like to talk about this least appreciated resource, more precisely 3 components in the next few minutes, half an hour. Forests, water, and arable land. I'll try and keep to this structure, even though I will branch off at certain points. And of course, my reasoning will be more general. But when it comes to forests or biological diversity, it's typically this kind of picture we have in mind. An elephant, giraffe, lion, polar bear, birds, colorful parrots and butterflies, not to talk about corals, sea life, fish, etc., etc. But this is how we generally see biological diversity. And when we imagine forests, we see trees. We see a rainforest, a pine forest, or a forest of deciduous trees in Hungary. But we don't really see, and we don't really think of what's happening under the ground, because it's at least equally important. And on the next picture, we will see why. And it's not the root zone that's of interest, but the so-called mycorrhizas, funguses on the roots, because they take on the nutrients, they heal the plants. And I need to quote the research of a German forester. They also help in the communication between plants. They also help safeguard the quality of the soil and many other useful things, but they are not visible to us. When it comes to biological diversity, however, what's happening under the ground is at least equally important. When we see water habitats, we don't think of the fact that when these marshlands and meadows were actually eliminated and turned into arable land, even though that's exactly what happened across Europe, because 50% of the water habitat was destroyed in the EU, and in Hungary over the past couple of decades it was 80% of the water habitat. So when we actually change these water habitats, we do not think of the fact that before they were turned into arable land, they were home to 80% of the local animal habitat. And when we are doing small jobs in our gardens at home, and we take a handful of earth in our hands, we don't often contemplate how much life there is in this handful of soil. And when we use traditional tools to work the land and actually pollute it with traditional pesticides, we don't think of the fact that we are destroying our own life conditions, the quality of food, and the conditions of further working the fields in the future. The biological diversity will reduce. As the Deputy Governor also put it very clearly, this will carry no new information whatsoever to those who are sitting here. So biological diversity will reduce. Well, when it comes to forests, water habitats and soils, well, this is what this series of dominoes is about. Because we have learned over the past few centuries that a very sensitive balance has evolved with structural components that support the operation of each other. And if we violate some of these components, they might result in a domino effect. So what are the reasons that contribute to the decline of biodiversity and threaten biodiversity? We have gathered 10 such reasons. We'll go through the 10, actually, which is population growth, urbanization, infrastructural development, logging, monocultural agriculture, let's say modern agriculture, invasive species, overconsumption, increasing the amount of waste, i.e. pollution, air, water and soil pollution, and finally climate change. Well, I could actually deliver a presentation about each, but I'm only going to say a couple of sentences for each, just to give you an idea that everything that contributes to the decline of biological diversity ultimately is linked to us, humans. The first one, human population increase. You obviously know that 2 years ago, perhaps to the day, in 2022, in early November, the number of the Earth's population exceeded 8 billion. The prognosis shows that by 2050, we will probably reach 10 billion. So we will have 2 billion more people on the Earth in the next kind of half generation. When I deliver similar presentations to secondary school children, I show them a different chart actually, but just to give you an idea of the 2 billion, from the emergence of the human race to the end of the First World War to the 1920s, we had 2 billion people on the Earth. So for hundreds of thousands of years, we went from the emergence of the human race to 2 billion. And now, in a short generation, that is only the increase of the Earth's population with all the relevant consequences. One consequence is urbanization. Every second citizen today in the Earth lives in a city, and by 2050, 75% of people will live in urban areas. This is Tokyo, a 36 million gigapolis. Well, every week 1 million people move to cities and towns, urban areas. And then, of course, you know what that means for urbanization, educational infrastructure, health infrastructure, transport infrastructure, housing construction, etc., etc. So when I say 1 million, that's already a shockingly large number in itself, but there are serious consequences for it in terms of using the natural resources and the impact it has on the environment. The third point is about infrastructure. What we are actually doing is we are paving over a significant part of arable land, building motorways, airports, etc., etc., thus reducing the habitat of other creatures because we want to invade space, because we need that for the growing number of population. Logging. Well, you all know the map of Europe. I assume that the majority of people who are sitting here have been to Italy at least once, but perhaps it's difficult for you as well to imagine that every year Italy disappears from the map, because this is exactly the kind of area from which forests disappear every single year from the world. Forestry that matches the territory of Italy, and that disappears every single year from the world. The fifth factor is agriculture, let's say modern agriculture. The University of Göttingen prepared this chart, and what it shows is that while traditional farming was practically on small parcels of land, with small areas of bush, and the habitat was actually very diverse, from insects to mammals, while they were performing, people were performing agricultural activities, so they created agricultural value. As they started transforming the area, you can see in the middle chart, and then this third one, the final result on this third one, you can see how the population of animals reduced. And at the end, and it's not by coincidence that Csaba Kandrács already referred to that, pollinators disappear. We don't see any insects, and I'll come back to that. Number 6, invasive species. Well, we all know these so-called stink bugs in our homes. But this is actually the bioshell digging insect. Walnut digging insect. Did you have any walnuts on your walnut trees? If you have any walnut trees? No, everyone is shaking their heads. Actually, we have one large walnut tree, and every year we had enough walnuts to cook the Christmas and Easter bagel. So we use that. For the past 4 years, there has not been a single walnut on our tree, and I'm sure it's the same for you. So now they are saying that we can now protect ourselves against the not shell drilling insect. I'm going to go to a garden shop for some good advice. If you go to Martonvásár, and if you look at how invasive species are coming to Hungary, at what pace, you can see that the intensity of invasive species spreading is getting more intense, and from Martonvásár you can get a precise map of this.
Overconsumption. Black Friday, right? Do you sometimes do shopping on that day? Because I try to avoid doing shopping even at grocery stores, but such shocking images can be seen every year. Maybe that person does not need a new flat-screen TV, but just because it's a little bit cheaper, they will fight for such goods. The 8th one is the increasing amount of not food but waste. So this is an example for food waste. There's this one sentence that I'm going to say, that one European citizen on average, also including infants, waste 70 kilograms of food annually. In Hungary, we only cast away 66 kilograms per annum. The 9th point air, water, and soil pollution. Scientists say that the three largest resources of ours are air, water, and soil, and still these are the ones that we use as global dumps. Water, just an example here, and I'm not going to say any examples for the other two, but today in Africa, Asia, the developing countries, South America, 80 to 90% of wastewater gets back to rivers in a way that it is not cleaned or purified, and you can imagine the consequences. And the last one is climate change. Last year, we organized the Sustainability Expo, or rather the second one of that kind. And that, maybe you visited there, and you may have seen that in one room there was a monotonous sound spelling out 2 degrees constantly, and that was the demonstration behind it. There was the statue, or rather some chinks of a statue, and it was actually very popular for the visitors. They found it very suggestive, very inspiring, and then you could actually read how things change. In 2015, that is about 10 years ago, there was another COP, another UN event in Paris, and there was a great enthusiasm about coming to terms about an agreement. Everybody stood up, there was standing ovation, there was a lot of enthusiasm, and we agreed to keep the surface temperature increase under 2 degrees, or if possible under 1.5 degrees, both water and land. So we know that we are too far away from 2, and when the individual countries made their commitments at the UN, and when we added them all up, and we said that if everybody is going to live up to their promises, even then we are going to be at 2.7 degrees. So at the time, when there was a standing ovation, the document that was tabled, but we knew that the 1.5 degrees was unrealistic, and even the 2 degrees. And according to current measurements, we will be much closer to 3 degrees, and that it will have its serious consequences. So these are the reasons, and we collected 10 such reasons. What are the consequences? One is that we are now partaking in the 6th extinction wave. You might know that there have been so far 5 such waves of extinctions, and all these happened much before human race appeared. The last one happened 65 million years ago, but this is not the most severe one. The most severe wave happened 252 million years ago in the Perm-Trias era, and when I was reading about this data, I did not want to believe, so I asked my colleagues to check out whether that was correct, that 252 million years ago, as the result of such extinction was that 96% of species in the sea and 70% of the animals on Earth disappeared on land. And now we have got 80 million species on the list, and scientists say that out of the 8 million, 1 million is endangered. And again, I would like to call it to your attention that let's not just think about the polar bears, but also about maybe the invisible bugs, bacteria, and other creatures that we cannot actually see once we are talking about the total biodiversity. Once it is the National Bank of Hungary and the conference organized by the bank and biodiversity and finances, let's talk about the interrelation of biodiversity and the economy. How much time do I still have? I still have got 15 minutes. Well, you are very generous with me. It seemed more for me. But anyways, so maybe all I need to say can be told now. Okay, so if we want to do effective farming, and let's think still about the water, soil and forest, if we want to have proper farming, we need clean water. And not only because whatever we consume or drink should be of good quality, not only because we need the right quality water for farming, but modern industry today is unimaginable without clean water. So just think about the production, manufacturing of microchips. If you want to produce one microchip, how many liters of water do you need? We usually say this, 14,000 liters just for one microchip. A lot of energy also in addition to it, and it also has got the effect on climate change, how we produce this energy. So we need clean water. It affects economy. 150,000 liters is needed for the manufacturing of one car. So it is incredible. If you take the fashion industry, the automotive industry or electronics, so it is all dependent on water, clean water. And we also need a good soil, not just to preserve its nutritive value, which is important for all of us, but also because of the demographic change. There is an extra 2 billion people, and we need to provide them with good quality water and food. Okay, so we also need to stop the degradation of the soil. We need to preserve its quality or improve the degraded soil. And we've got some Hungarian ideas and patents for that. We have got some good Hungarian solutions. You should know about that. So it is of basic importance that in the decades to come, the people living here and those who will come will have to have access to a sufficient amount of food. And in terms of forests and meadows, just one example. As I said already before to the deputy governor that he almost killed my punchline because we hadn't agreed before, but actually we all both wanted to mention about bees. If we come back to the triple sections of the Göttingen University, you might remember that down there the pollinators disappeared. Here are financiers. So my question for you is, what is the value of one bee? How many forints? How many euros? How many dollars? What do you think? Probably nobody has ever calculated this value yet. Although if bees disappear from the face of the earth, and Einstein has got a black vision that if the bees disappear, then in the following 4 years, humans will follow suit. Maybe Einstein is not right and the situation is not so grim, but if you look at this chart picture, with the help of the pollinators and the bees, we have got this abundance of fruits and vegetables. And if the bees disappear, what would this offer look like? And I think that this picture can show the difference very illustratively. 40% of our food would disappear without the pollinators. And of course, the volume, the amount is also important, but if you go back to the previous picture, you can see that the quality would differ a lot. The quality would look like the right picture, and where the pollinators disappeared, and there are already such territories in China. This is the method used to pollinate cherry trees, and probably we all understand that this is not the most efficacious, most efficient method, and this is not modern agriculture to get to this point that we need to pollinate manually fruit trees. We should avoid this, and the deputy governor was right about the fact that the population of bees and pollinators pollinators keeps changing in a drastic way, not yet, fortunately, in Hungary, but globally. So this is a huge challenge for many countries, at least to preserve their bee population, or elsewhere this is going to happen to them, what we can already witness in China. And if you think that it is only food and food production and the diversity of food which makes it important for the pollinators to survive, then think about the pharmaceutical industry, because there are many plants that have to be pollinated for the purposes of the pharmaceutical industry, because the fruits of these plants are used by this industry. I must tell you that I've never heard about a plant, which in Hungarian is rózsás metting, and I have just now heard about this when I was making preparations for this. Why is it important? Because if we want to cure child leukemia, this is important. This is rose meth, and if there are no pollinators, we do not have rose meth, and probably there will not be any efficacious drugs to cure this disease. But of course, we have got a lot more problems when we are worried about the future of pollinators. And now a few global data. And we have already heard about this in the presentation of the Deputy Governor, that the source, I think, is the World Economic Forum, and they say the following: more than 50% of the global GDP depends on nature to a lesser or bigger extent. Breaking it further down, they say that there are dependent industries that comprise 5% of GDP, and those who just moderately depend on it represent 30% of GDP. And to add something else, because we have already heard about the damages as well, and here there are calculations of the Oxford University that I'd like to offer for you. They have calculated that the reduction of biodiversity causes $5 trillion of damage. And now we have come to this theoretical question of economy instead of linear economy, a circular economy. Well, you might have heard about that, you've read about that in the press, and maybe I can say something new here as well, that the current economic logic, linear economy, has produced it, use it for a short time if possible, and then discard it. That's what I call the discard culture, and then the whole process starts all over again. And today, more and more economists are saying that, gosh, this is not going to be good. Let's go over to circular economy, where most of the products used by us will be turned into raw material for recycling and reuse, although not to 100%, but most of it will be reused.
I often quote Nordhaus, William Nordhaus, who received the Nobel Prize for Economy, and when he received the award, he said the following: if during our commercial activities we don't take into account and we don't price the impact of our commercial activities on the economy and society, the so-called external factors, then in the long term, at the level of society, we are going to pay a very high price. I think we should really contemplate the words of a Nobel Prize winner economist. And instead of logging, and logging was actually in a focal place in the presentation of the Deputy Governor as well. So instead of exploitative operations, we should have precise measurements and water utilization that can be naturally replaced. And of course, in Spain, the news are about something different because there is incredible flooding causing issues. But actually, at the same time, it's good to know that the exploitative farming they do causes their water base to be reduced to a degree that cannot be replaced. They have 500,000 illegal wells, and that means that water will run out and farmers will be destroyed. So there will be not only social but very significant economic consequences as well. So instead of exploitative activities, we should have reasonable farming and we should safeguard the quality of soil. So our foreign guests at this point typically ask the question, okay, they are theoretical things, we know these things, we pretty much, but what is happening in Hungary? And I'm going to highlight a few things, not to boast, but to draw your attention to some facts. Forests. Perhaps you know that with the Trianon Treaty, Hungary lost a significant part, 99% of its forests, following which, irrespectively of the political regime, with the help of Hungarian foresters, over the past century, we managed to double the rate of forestation. So in 100 years, we doubled the forestry areas. There is no other country like this in the world, really. And in the past 20 years, we increased the forestry areas by 200,000 hectares. And the deputy governor also referred to the fact that we had reforestation programs like the so-called Rows of Trees programs, under which they actually planted 500,000 trees. And actually, the plantation of trees in line is not part of the forestation program, and it would be good if the National Bank could support this type of forestation, like by railway lines and motorways. So some of the empty sort of weeded areas are still there, vacant, and we could plant trees there. And if we add these areas up together, we would end up with 20,000 extra hectares of forests. And I have actually visited plantation sites, and I can see that they could do with a little bit of marketing and financial support. So I'm drawing your attention to the fact that this is certainly a cause you should support. Water retention. From the National Water Management Authority, a report was issued by the Deputy General Director. Well, the Homokhátság area, the so-called sandbank area, literally, well, should be supplied with water artificially, which can be done from a technical point of view, but it would cost 1,600 billion forints, sorry. So the reason why I brought this chart here is because if you look at it, and I hope you can see from the back as well, so if you look at the legend in the bottom right corner, we need to build 92 water management artificial structures. The blue ones are objects that serve preserving water in the waterbed. So in this small area, to actually stop the desertification and drying up of this area and to ensure the conditions of further farming, this is how many objects and structures we will have to build in the years to come. We have heard a reference to the podcast. What was actually published is a podcast by Lajos Rácz. He is a climate scientist, and he actually published a very thorough and deep book. And you really need dedication to read through it. So, two Swiss climate scientists actually wrote down the climate history of Europe over the past 1,000 years, but you should at least just read into it, because it's actually very good to see the kind of wrestling with nature, or to read about it. That was actually part of European societies before the Industrial Revolution, not only in Hungary, but in all countries. There is another podcast I prepared with the management of the Gene Bank in Tapiószele, Bank of Genes. I don't know if you even were aware of the existence of such a gene bank. If that's the only new piece of information for you today from my presentation, then it was worth coming for it. So in Tapiószele we have a gene bank. And I'll tell you what the relevance of that is. They have seeds for 50,000 subspecies of different plants. For example, they have 8,000 different types of wheat seeds, 4,000 types of beans. It's even difficult to imagine. And now, this year, they moved into a new building. So for the next 20 years, all the collection work and storage facilities can be catered for in this building, so they are in a relatively good situation. And we can say with a lot of pride that although there are thousands of gene banks across the world, the one that is in Hungary is in the top 20 best and largest gene banks globally. And the good news doesn't end here, because what they do, and that takes us back to the economy. So what they do is that from time to time they test these seeds, and it doesn't matter how they preserve them, but they actually check whether the seeds preserve their germination quality, and they give it to farmers. And there are farmers who keep coming in higher and higher numbers and say that they want to produce products from these seeds. And people actually look for these products actively. They want a specific type of bean or pea or tomato on their tables. So in itself, it has significance to safeguard and preserve these types of seeds. But there is also an aspect of developing the commercial aspects and adding to the diversity of choice. There is another initiative by Gyula Kovács. Before I had met him, which was a long time ago, many years ago, I didn't even know that there was a settlement in Hungary called Porszombat. Probably not many of you heard of this. Okay, he's a forester. Mr. Kovács is a forester. And he actually started gathering different fruits. And now we can say that what he started resulted in the largest, most diverse fruit tree collection. And the good example sticks because many so-called fairy gardens were established after this initiative. And there are some facts that are connected to the government's work. And just very briefly here, indeed, more than 1/3 of Hungary remained in a so-called close-to-nature state. The protected natural habitat is 787,000 hectares in Hungary. It's roughly the equivalent of cornfields. 21% of the countries under the Natura protection program and 9% are protected areas. And the number of employees in our national parks doubled, and the budget of the national parks increased fourfold, partly as a result of developments, ecotourism. So those using the services of national parks increased by 33%. And then we haven't even touched upon on the preservation of genes, because we need to now safeguard the genes of animals, not only plants, and I'm not going to go into that because my time will be soon over. And these national parks also produce different products like smoked meat products, honey, jams, squash, fruit squash. So they can be bought directly from the national parks, and they also shape the mindset and attitude of people to safeguard biological diversity. So they get a lot of information about this topic to help their attitude change. And now, coming to the end of my presentation, 2021 was a very important moment, not only in the history of Hungary, but also globally. For the first time, we created, with the participation of 5 countries, a reservoir, a biosphere reservoir, with Austria, Slovenia, Hungary, Croatia, and Serbia. And it spreads over 930,000 hectares, and it has a water stretch 700 kilometers long. So let's jump back to the map to put this data into the right context. So if you have a look on the map, it is a significant area within Hungary as well, but also together with the other countries. And now we have the self-explanatory examples. It's a national park that offers these kind of sites to visitors. And then, in conclusion, 2 closing thoughts from me. Everything that I have talked about results in the same single question, and everyone needs to find an answer to this question. Where should we position ourselves? At the top of nature, at the top of the world of living creatures, which means that we are at the top of the hierarchy, so we want to rule this structure, or are we simply part of this natural world, like shown on the second chart? So we should safeguard it, because our lives and the lives of our children and grandchildren depend on it. If we find the right answer, I think we will also make the right decisions in various economic policy matters. And the last one, you may know the pictures of Sebastião Salgado. A few years ago, we had an exhibition by him in the Arts Hall. He actually shot black and white pictures, and it's not often that we see such pictures. At the bottom of the hill, it's a forest, but on a black and white photo, we can only imagine that it's green. But he has very powerful pictures, not only nature photos, but also socio photos. It's a Brazilian photographer who got ill and went back to Brazil. And what he saw was the following. Let's go to the next picture. This is what he saw in 2001. Everything was bare, cut back to the root. There were hardly any trees. And then he and his wife decided to repurchase the area and start doing some forestation. I think the 2 pictures are self-explanatory, and the difference between the 2 is less than 20 years. It didn't just turn into a green hill, and I'm not going to quote the figures about all the mammals, birds, butterflies, insects that move back there. So my message is that there is hope. It makes sense to start the work, and when after 20 years you see the fruits of your work, that will contribute not only to the safeguarding of biological diversity, but also to the reinstatement of diversity, to the elimination of the damage we have already done. So I think everything that Sebastiano Salvador, his wife and his team achieved serve as a good example for all that. So let this be an encouragement for you, not only for the next sessions, for today and tomorrow, but also for your work in the coming years. Thank you.
Köszönjük szépen, elnök úr!
Thank you very much for your thought-provoking speech, Mr. President. The first block of our conference will use a pre-recorded video to show the importance of biodiversity.
A szekcióban Sylvie Goulart, a Banque de France korábbi alelnöke, a biodiverzitási kreditekkel foglalkozó nemzetközi tanácsadó testület társ elnöke vezet be minket ebbe a témába.
Good morning. I'm glad to be with you today, even if I cannot be in Budapest, but I remember an excellent cooperation with the Magyar Nemzeti Bank when I was Deputy Governor of the Banque de France and co-chair of the NGFS task force with the Dutch Central Bank on biodiversity. Rapidly, 3 points. Why should we care about nature? It seems very far away from the prerogatives of central banks. Second point, which risks for the economy? And third, as an example, the work we just delivered at COP16 in Cali, Colombia, with a panel, an international panel. I had the honor to co-chair with a British lady. So the first point I wanted to make, of course, I'm not a scientist, but why should we care about biodiversity? Because scientists are very clear. There is no doubt that climate is only the tip of the iceberg and that the ecological crisis includes biodiversity loss. Very interesting work from the Stockholm Resilience Center, the Professor Rockström, is focusing on the planetary boundaries, so the limits of the resources on Earth we have to a certain extent over-consumed already. Climate change and biodiversity loss are linked. For example, the WWF Living Planet report is very clear on the interaction between climate change and biodiversity loss. And it is a two-way interaction. So some solutions we can find to fight against biodiversity loss contributes to mitigating climate change, but some solution to climate change can worsen biodiversity loss. For example, when you use electric vehicles, you need lithium, and if you need lithium, you need mining, and mining can destroy nature. Or some wind. Some production of electricity through wind can also be detrimental for natural ecosystem. So the IPBES, which is like the IPCC for climate but for nature, has identified 5 causes or drivers to nature deterioration: changes in land and sea use, direct exploitation, for example, if we overfish, third, climate change, fourth, pollution, and fifth, the multiplication of invasive species. And I know several companies in France using this framework as the very first way to screen their own activity. We can be very pragmatic. It seems complex, but on the other hand, if you reduce your water consumption, if you pollute less, you can already have a very positive impact. The services provided by biodiversity are simply not in our calculation. Provisioning of, for example, food and wood and fish and fresh water, fresh air, or climate change, of course, to live in a climate that we can stand. But also regulation, the fact that nature is regulating against climate change, and cultural and recreational services. So in a nutshell, as I'm not a specialist, I'm sorry if I'm very, very rapid, but nature degradation is a vital issue, and we need to keep in mind that all ecosystems are very local. Many of them are even invisible The professor Dasgupta wrote a review some years ago saying this. Another scientist called the hidden universe. But in any case, the magnitude of the phenomenon is not to be denied. The world wildlife population has declined by 73% in average since 1970, so in the lifetime of many of us, and we cannot measure the consequences. So second point, why is it important for the economy, for central banks? Because the whole financial system is at stake. You remember maybe this study of the central bank last year, the ECB, stating that 75% of all corporate loan exposures in the euro area have a strong dependencies on at least one ecosystem services. The health of the workforce is also depending on food and water and temperature. And we could also face political risk. Look at what happened with energy recently. The impact on the economy can be very important if we, for example, don't use certain sources of energy anymore for reasons linked to nature. I am flabbergasted myself by the fact that if you look at the World Economic Forum, at the work, sorry, not of the World Economic, sorry, the World Economic Outlook of the IMF, nature-related issues are not very present. Climate change is mentioned, but there are paragraphs and paragraphs on inflation and growth without explaining, is it sustainable growth, or is it just extraction, where we continue to take more from nature than nature can deliver? How do we see the macroeconomic analysis? How do we see the financial analysis, etc.? So for all these reasons, I can only recommend you to continue to work on that, to improve the macroeconomic analysis, to introduce some elements that could be provided by other sciences like ecology or biology, to look at the micro analysis, what is the impact on banks, for example, and the financial system. A huge field is the one of insurance companies. Already some CEOs of large insurance companies like AXA, like Allianz, are underlying that it is not possible to insure ourselves against the type of risks we are facing. So these should be taken into consideration, in particular by people in charge in central banks and ministries of finance. So a very small example to conclude. One tool among others to redirect financial flows at scale toward biodiversity conservation and restoration. In June 2023, the French and British authorities created jointly an international panel that goes beyond our two countries, with representatives from all around the world, no governments, but scientists, companies, financial sector, NGOs, representatives of indigenous people and local community. And we just produced at Cali a framework for biodiversity credits. You can find it on the website of our panel, which is IAPB, International Advisory Panel on Biodiversity Credits. We insist on the role for IPLCs. We exclude compensation in a very wild way, as it was unfortunately the case for the carbon credits. We invite governments to take their responsibility to put in place some frameworks to create these markets with S. We don't believe we could have a worldwide market for tradable units, but we are absolutely convinced that well-framed, with some demanding conditions, these instruments could provide financial flows for nature restoration and conservation, according to the Target 19 of the Global Biodiversity Framework adopted 2 years ago in Montreal. So I hope this very rapid flight over nature was interesting for you. I look forward to seeing you again. And I thank you very much for the invitation. Keep it in mind, nature is important. We are embedded in nature, and we need to change the way we look at economy and finance. Thank you very much.
Sylvie Goulard informatív videóüzenete után...
After this presentation, we came to the ceremonial part of the conference, the Green Finance Awards ceremony, where first the academic and then the institutional awards will be presented. Within the scientific awards, we are now announcing the winners of the Green Finance Science Grand Prize. So in 2021, the National Bank of Hungary established the Green Finance Science Awards and the Green Finance Science Research Initiative to encourage the promotion of environmental sustainability and to express its appreciation for outstanding green finance research excellence. The winners of the awards will be decided by a high-level jury, the Green Finance Science Council, appointed by the
tagjaiból áll. A zsűri tagjai a következők. Matolcsi György, az MNB elnöke, Dr. Kandrácz Csaba, az NMB alelnöke, Dr. Áder János, korábbi köztársasági
Deputy Governor, Dr. János Áder, former President of Hungary, President of the Blue Planet Foundation, Professor Dr. Gustav Bager, former member of the Monetary Council, Professor Dr. György Kocinski, former member of the Monetary Council of the Central Bank, Rector of Budapest Metropolitan University, Dr. Péter Kaderják, head of the Zero Carbon Center at the Budapest University of Technology and Economics, Dr. Őrs Szatmári, Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Sustainable Development, Professor Dr. Diana Urge-Porzác, Vice Chair of Working Group 3 of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. To present the awards, I invite Dr. János Áder to come to the stage.
Most pedig lássuk kategóriát.
And now let's see this year's winners by category. Our first category is the Green Finance Science Grant Award. The Grant Award is open to researchers with significant research achievements, prestigious and thought-provoking publications related to the theme of the grant. The grant is awarded to a Hungarian citizen who has carried out outstanding green finance research based on his or her publication activities in recent years. The grant award will be awarded to one winner every 3 years, starting with the first award in 2021. This year, the Green Finance Science Grand Prize was awarded to József Pop. Please come to the stage. József Pop is a professor at the Neumann János University, a founding member of the Doctoral School of Economics and a corresponding member of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. He is professor at the WSB University in Poland and visiting professor at the University of Johannesburg School of Business and Economics. His research covers topics such as green economy, circular economy, food, energy and environmental security. József Pop's work is characterized by an interdisciplinary approach, and his excellent publications are based on complex methodologies. Thank you very much, József Pop, and congratulations. Our second category is the Green Finance Science Talent Award. This award is awarded to a Hungarian citizen younger than 41 years old who has carried out outstanding green finance research based on his or her publication activities in recent years. The Green Finance Science Talent Award was won by Daniel Muth. Please come to the stage. Daniel Muth is an external research fellow at the Institute of World Economics of the Hun Ren Research Center for Economics and Regional Studies and a postdoctoral research fellow at the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. His main research interests include the political economy of carbon pricing mechanisms, carbon taxation, emissions trading schemes, and climate policy in the Central and Eastern European region. Daniel Muth is a distinguished researcher in the field of green finance, as evidenced by his excellent publications and innovative approaches. Thank you and congratulations. This year, in the fourth edition of the Green Financial Science Research Initiative, the jury decided that 4 research proposals were worthy of a prize. The call for entries in this category was open to research designs that had to formulate a current research agenda of scientific merit in the field of green finance. The Research Initiative Special Award was won by Regina Bodó and Annette Zanóc. Please come to the stage. The research project of Regina Bodó and Annette Zanóc focuses on the expected impact of the mandatory certification of the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive on the sustainability disclosure of large companies. Their research aims to analyze the sustainability disclosure and certification of large European companies, which may provide useful findings for future regulation. Congratulations to Regina Bodó and Annette Zanóc also. Gábor Kutasi, Vivian Ceceli, and Adam Marton's research team won the 3rd place in the Research Institute. Please, Gábor Kutasi, please come to the stage. The research plan of the research group focuses on green taxes in the service of economic growth and anti-inflation policy. Their research aims to combine the modern demand for fiscal policy to promote green technologies with the linkages between fiscal instruments and monetary objectives outlined by modern monetary theory. Congratulations. András Betlendi and Katalin Mérő won 2nd place in the research initiative. Please come to the stage. The research project of András Betlendi and Katalin Mérő focuses on the structural characteristics of the financial intermediation system and green finance in Central and Eastern Europe. Their research aims to analyze which structural features of the financial intermediation system are relevant for the promotion of green finance, with a special focus on the financial intermediation systems of Central and Eastern European countries. Pascal Kiss and Gábor Gyura won 1st place in the research initiative. Please come on stage. Pascal Kiss and Gábor Gyura developed their research project on environmentally conscious pension savings. Their research aims to explore the sustainable financial drivers of retirement savings among households. Their research question is, what regulatory or other development measures could help to promote sustainability in this segment? Thanks, President. The National Bank of Hungary is confident that all these research plans will soon achieve their goals and produce great professional scientific materials for which the National Bank of Hungary is open to cooperate with researchers. Congratulations again to all the winners, and please continue your outstanding work in the field of green research. Now, let's continue the awards with another segment. For the presentation of the Green Finance Institution Awards, I invite Dr. Csaba Kandrács, Deputy Governor, to come on to the stage. This year, we will again be awarding our financial institutions in a separate category with the Green Bank, Green Insurance and Money and Green Investment Fund Manager Awards at the Green Financial Institution Awards ceremony. Now let's see this year's winners by category. The first place winner in the green banking category was Raiffeisen Bank. On behalf of the institution, I would like to ask Mr. Ferenc Kemencei, Deputy CEO, to come on stage and briefly share his thoughts. Mr. President, Deputy Governor, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me that on behalf of Raiffeisen Bank, this is now the second time after 2022 I can receive this award. We are very proud of this award, and we feel reinforced that we are going towards a sustainable future. It is an organic part of our corporate culture to have the green thought, and we do think that the financial sector will have to play a leading role in recovering environment and nature, and also to be socially responsible. If we think about what a financial institution can do for that, well, if we look at our activities, where we have got a lot of things, the green housing loans, corporate lending, energy efficiency projects, the management of green funds, green bonds issued, and the paperless activities, online operation, all of these serve this purpose. We are also proud that we are a strategic partner of the Mohora Pont project, which is also a great step taken towards the green economy. But in addition to that, when we talk about our own buildings and car fleets, we are pushing everything towards the green direction. And just a couple of examples in practice, because it needs to be part of corporate culture.
Around the metro stations, well, the conference is organized around the metro station, so I didn't even think of coming by car. And tomorrow we are going to plant a forest by Bogdani Street. So it's part of our corporate culture. And of course, as a financial institution, in view of the green recommendation of the central bank, well, we also consider this criteria in our internal risk management. So thank you very much for the award. We are committed to further helping green transition in Hungary together with the corporate sector. So thank you very much for your recognition. Thank you very much, Deputy CEO, and congratulations. In the green insurance and fund category, Allianz, we have Allianz Hungária biztosító. On behalf of the institution, I would like to ask Attila Gergely Bacsó, CEO, to come to the stage and briefly share his thoughts. I'd like to also warmly welcome everyone and to actually share the messages of previous winners. We would very much like to thank you for the recognition. And when it comes to the opening thoughts, we hadn't pre-discussed the topics, but as you mentioned, ensuring a sustainable future is a very important target. And we mean it so much so that for the past 143 years since Allianz was established, we mean when we say that our objective is to secure our future. We mean it, and this thought permeates our work in our day-to-day work. And I prepared with a long list that I'm not going to list now about what it is we do. We do a lot of things, and perhaps the proudest we are of the freshly introduced 10 green funds. 2 of them are dark green, but indeed we are there in every section of corporate operations. We are happy to join the Club of Forest Planters, so it's very important to represent this sector in such important activities. And there is one more thought, a call to tango to all stakeholders. We believe that is such an important and high target that we indeed need cooperation within the sector, among sectors. There is no single company that can independently reach the high targets we have heard. So let's come together and do together as much as we can to make progress. Thank you. Thank you very much, CEO, and congratulations. And finally, there was nothing left to do but to announce this year's winner of the Green Investment Fund Manager category. The winner is Amundi Investment Fund Management Limited. On behalf of the institution, I would like to ask Attila Sándor Vízkeleti, CEO, to come on stage and briefly share his thoughts after receiving the award. Honorable Governor and President, we are honored by receiving this award, similarly to last year when we were lucky to win as well. I'd like to share 2 thoughts with you about why importance is and future-proofness is important in investments. You may remember the Stock Exchange Sharks, a film from the 1980s, where people tried to invest based on internal information and gossips. By now, Buffett, who is one of the richest investors in the history of the world, well, he started using the investment strategies developed by a university, and that made him very rich. And now we all use analytical tools, but now we also need to add some soft factors that go beyond the hard financial indicators. Just to give you an example, today we cannot choose a motor company or a car manufacturing company without considering the carbon dioxide emissions. So it's a consideration that's now an integral part in our choices. The second point is that we need a lot of funding to ensure the green transition is completed, biodiversity is ensured, and that we can fund all the action required to counter the economic and environmental impact of developments. And there are more and more financial investors that want us to support such investments. There is an ever higher level of demand for such products. Hungary is still not at the forefront, but in Western Europe and in the US, investor expectations point in this direction. And to share one more thought with you, here in Hungary, the preconception typically is that a green choice or a sustainable choice involves sacrificing of yields. That's not true, and I always think it's very important to explain this to investors. It's not true at all. Since 2022, we had a war erupting and also an energy crisis with heavy consequences for everything. But since 2022, our green-focused investment fund actually does better than the share funds that are not linked to any kind of sustainability criteria. So it's not true that you have to give up some of the yield to invest in such assets. So once again, thank you very much for the award, and it was an honor again. Thank you very much, and heartfelt congratulations. The Hungarian National Bank of Hungary congratulates each winner of each category and would like to call upon all players in the financial system to compete for the Green Financial Institutions Award, as the more they do to achieve sustainable operations and a green transition of our economy, the more stable our financial system will be, and last but not least, the more livable our environment will be. Before continuing our program, we will now take a coffee break. Refreshments are available in the lobby, and please listen out for the gong to come back. Thank you.
kávészünet után felfrissülve sok szeretettel.
Refreshed by the coffee break, I'd like to welcome back again to the room. In the next program point of the conference, which is titled The Importance of Biodiversity in the Economic and Financial Sector, we will listen to Emily McKenzie, Technical Director of the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. She will deliver her presentation in English.
Is a new and cardinal topic, so I would like to ask Miss Emily McKenzie to give her keynote.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome, and it's a real pleasure to join you at today's Green Finance Conference. I'm sorry I can't be there in person and only joining you virtually, but it was a real pleasure to meet some of the MMB Sustainable Finance team in Colombia at COP16 last week and learn more about the leadership in Hungary. So I'm delighted to join you. Today, I will cover two main areas in my presentation. The first is around economics as a discipline and how to rethink it when we integrate our understanding of the environment deeply. And this is based on an independent review called the Dasgupta Review on the Economics of Biodiversity, where I led the analytical work, and it explores how we failed to do this, why we failed to do this, and what we can do about it. That'll be the first part of my presentation. And then I'll pivot from economics to finance and look at how we can redirect financial flows to enable the change we need to halt and reverse nature loss. And in that work, I will focus on the work I've been leading in my current role as a technical director for the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, TNFD, and how that is encouraging and enabling financial decision-making to take these steps. So that's my outline, two parts, and I hope it will prove inspirational for your meeting. So let me start just with some background on the Dasgupta Review, if you're not familiar with it. There have been many reports for decades showing the extent of biodiversity loss and its implications for economies and well-being, but that link to the economics has often been overlooked or misunderstood. And that's why the UK's Finance Ministry commissioned an independent global review, which was started back in 2019. It was led by Professor Sapafia Dasgupta, who's an economics professor at the University of Cambridge. And it presents an overall economic framework focused on biodiversity. It brings our understanding of nature and how all economic activity depends on it centrally into economics. And it sets out a range of changes that will be required, which I'll show you in a moment. So once the review was completed, it's an independent review. The UK government made a formal response to it back in 2021. It agreed with the basic premise of the review, which is that all economic activity depends on nature, and economic and financial decision-making needs to reflect that and enable us to halt and reverse nature loss. So I'll just go through some of the key concepts from the review. The first is fundamentally to think of nature as an asset, just like we think of produced capital, so factories, buildings, as an asset for our economy, and human capital, so the skills and education of our people. Nature is an asset that is fundamental for providing services that all economic activity relies on, whether that be the flow of water, the pollination of our agricultural crops, protection from hazards, and so on. And then importantly, looking at biodiversity, so biodiversity being the diversity of nature, it's the diversity of its genes and species and ecosystems, as a really important characteristic that enables nature to be productive in providing these services, to be able to adapt to change and to be resilient. And so just like you think of financial portfolios needing that diversity to reduce uncertainty in financial returns, we need that biodiversity to ensure returns for all of the services that nature provides us. And fundamentally, this means all of us, all of our choices, our investment and spending decisions are affecting nature and its diversity and its ability to continue to support our economies and our livelihoods. And we also showed in the review the evidence, alarming evidence, that we have failed to manage our assets. So this shows the findings of the UNEP Inclusive Wealth Report, which shows that produced capital nearly doubled over this period. Human capital also increased by about 13%, but natural capital, the stock of our nature as an asset, has declined by 40%. So we can see that we are mismanaging this portfolio of assets, our wealth, in a worrying way. And the review reflects on history. It begins from year zero, and reflects that recent history has, of course, been in many ways the best of times. We've seen dramatic increases in income, in the likelihood of being in absolute poverty, increases in life expectancy, reductions in mortality rates. So it's recognizing all of that change and showing that that has been based on this very dramatic, so 15-fold increase in global economic output as measured by GDP. But this is where we see the tension. So through that dramatic increase in GDP, we have also seen the historically unprecedented loss of biodiversity. Species extinction rates are, by some estimates, 100 to 1,000 times their historical baseline rate. We know from a big global assessment by IPBES, which is like the equivalent by IPCC, that 14 out of 18 services that are important to our economy are in decline. And we know from the work of Johan Rockström and others that 6 and possibly 7 of 9 planetary boundaries are outside of their safe space. So this rapid change over the last 70 to 100 years in our economic activity has had major consequences for nature, which ultimately underpins our prosperity. And this is an equation. Partha Dasgupta is an economist, and so this equation is central to the review. He called it the impact inequality, and it shows that our demands on nature are vastly outstripping its ability to supply us with the services we rely on. So you can see from this image of the globe emptying because our footprint, the amount of demands we're putting on nature, which is a combination of the number of people, the amount we're extracting from nature, and the amount of waste and pollution we're putting back into it, and the efficiency with which we're doing that is much greater and has been for some time than nature's ability to regenerate, so the stock of nature, the ecosystems and their health. So this is important framing for the review because it then led to the recommendations, which I'll show you in a moment, to reverse this. And this is the basis for what sustainable development should look like, bringing our demands back in line with nature's supply. And another fundamental part of the Dasgupta review was recognizing that our economies are embedded within nature. They're part of it. They're not external to it. And traditional macroeconomic models have not recognized this. They've not recognized that our economic activity depends on nature, that the impacts of that activity can diminish its ability to continue to provide those services. And this has meant a sort of assumption that technological advances can allow us to keep going. And this puts us in the recognition that we need to consider this for our economic activity to continue. And then in terms of the solutions, many of you may know the Stern Review on the economics of climate change, which was one of the inspirations for the Dasgupta Review, looking at biodiversity. That had a famous line that climate change was the biggest market failure the world had ever seen. What we highlighted in the Dasgupta Review was it's not only a market failure, it's an institutional failure, that these features of nature, that it moves, it's mobile, so fish swimming, the wind blowing, pollution, the fact that it's silent and invisible, notably the huge biodiversity in the ground and soils beneath our feet, make it very difficult to record how we're using nature and how we're affecting it. And that is why we have these pervasive externalities, and that the institutions, including government subsidies, government policy, the failure to have institutions to protect global public goods like the open ocean, is a problem. So we have a market failure, but also a failure of our wider institutions. So I won't be able to go through all of the recommendations of the descriptive review, but in a nutshell, it set out that the path we need to now move on to, where we're engaging with nature in a sustainable fashion and thereby securing our wealth and well-being, requires three transitions. The first goes back to that impact equation. So we need to increase nature's supply and reduce our demands on it. We also need to change our measures of economic success, and in particular, using a measure of inclusive wealth that measures those changes in natural capital, as well as produced and human capital, to set us on that path and to direct us with the right signals of what success looks like, and also transforming our institutions. And there was a particular focus on needs for change in the financial sector, as well as in our education. So I can't go through each of these in turn. I do encourage you to read the review if you haven't. The final chapter lays out these options for change. But you can see here within each of those three categories, some of the key recommendations. So on balancing that impact inequality, we need action on conservation, restoration of nature, as well as improving management of land and sea, ensuring our production and consumption is sustainable, and so on. Then on changing our measures of economic success, adopting inclusive wealth, which in particular includes natural capital accounting in our success measures. And finally on institutions, and this is where I'll focus in particular on the global financial system that will support this transition, although its coverage is of wider systems, but I'll focus on finance given the focus of this conference. So let me pivot there to that redirecting of finance. And here I will focus on the work of the Task Force on Nature-related Financial Disclosures. I hope you'll forgive me for using the acronym TNFD, and how that is enabling the financial system to manage the resulting risks that are coming from nature loss, and then redirect the financial flows to help correct the situation, both from investing in nature, conservation and restoration, and investing in the real economy activities that will be less damaging and more efficient. So, and this is where I'm moving now to the private sector perspective. And what we've seen is a reflection in the risk perceptions of the private sector, who have been influenced, I think, in many conversations I see from the findings of the Dasgupta review, and in particular the findings of some of the science, like the planetary boundaries I mentioned. So this is showing the planetary boundaries being outside of the safe space for these 6 of the 9 boundaries. And we're now seeing in the right-hand side, you can see the World Economic Forum's risk report, which is showing 5 of the top 10 risks for the next 10 years are environmental and include biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse, as well as natural resource shortages and pollution. And this means that there's an increasing recognition that these are the highest risks, but they're also the ones that many in the private sector are not well set up to respond to. And so this is now becoming a strategic risk management issue, not just a CSR or corporate social responsibility issue. And there's increasing evidence of the financial materiality of these risks affecting the bottom line of companies and investors. This is a recent report that Bloomberg NEF produced, which looks at only 10 case studies where companies failed to manage their interactions with nature well, and these amounted to over $80 billion in financial costs. Things like downgradings of credit ratings, the costs of litigation settlements, reputational damage, falls in market cap. And in some cases, these have led to bankruptcies and job losses. So, and Bloomberg and others are now continuing to collect these examples, which really emphasize the importance of understanding interactions with nature and managing these well from a financial perspective. And so I'd like to just show 3 big picture changes that are happening around the world that are signaling an increasing focus on nature and biodiversity from investors, from central banks and supervisors, financial regulators, and finally from policymakers. So first on the investor perspective, we're increasingly seeing asset owners and asset managers recognizing that they're invested in a wide breadth of sectors and geographies. It is not necessarily possible to diversify out of nature risk. It sits in their portfolios. And so they're increasingly asking companies, their investees, their clients, to how they are managing nature risk, if they understand it, and how they're managing it. So you have some examples here from, for example, Norges Bank Investment Management, the biggest sovereign wealth fund in the world, BlackRock, Aviva, and others, asking organizations to consider this, and in some cases specifically asking if they are using the TNFD's recommendations and framework, which I will explain in a moment in more detail. And there are now global investor groups like PRI Spring and Nature Action 100, which are starting to bring groups of asset owners and managers together to call for greater ambition and action. From financial regulators, of course, I'm sure you're hearing this directly at the conference from MMB, but the Network for Greening the Financial System has for some years now recognised that nature risks have consequences, macroeconomic consequences and implications for individual financial institutions, as well as for financial stability, and that this means nature risks sit within the mandate of central banks and supervisors. And so there's an emerging, really impressive area of work, publishing macroprudential nature-related risk exposure assessments. I know there's also been work in Hungary with the OECD, and we're starting to see some, for example, in Malaysia, Bank Negara Malaysia is developing a guide for Malaysian financial institutions based on TNFD's work on nature risk, and some pilot testing. Again, I know there's been work in Hungary, also aware of work in the Netherlands to pilot test against actual risks in central banks' own financial holdings. And then finally, so that's the perspective investors is growing, financial regulators is growing, and also from policymakers. So in the Convention on Biological Diversity, which is the global convention on biodiversity, I'm sure you're probably aware the big global biodiversity framework was agreed a couple of years ago with a mission to halt and reverse nature loss by 2030. And one of the 23 targets is specifically focused on action, enabling and encouraging action by business and by financial institutions to start to monitor and assess and disclose how they depend and impact on nature and the risks and opportunities that creates for them as a vehicle, of course, for achieving outcomes. So reducing negative impacts on biodiversity and increasing the positive. So this isn't the only target. Of course, all the targets and goals are relevant to the private sector, but this is a specific one where the TNFD's work is helping to make it operational around disclosure. So let me just, in the last part of my presentation, present that work, which is my current focus. So the TNFD's mission is to do exactly that, to encourage and enable both businesses, corporates, and financial institutions to assess and understand how they interact with nature and the risks and opportunities it creates, to report on that. That's the D of our acronym, so disclosure. And then most importantly, to act on that, to manage through decision-making, through strategy, through capital allocation decisions, through risk management, and so on. And so the ambition is that by doing this, we can shift those financial flows away from the activities harming nature and help correct that impact inequality I showed you earlier from the Descriptor review. So we're a market-led initiative inspired by the TCFD on climate. We have 40 task force members from around the world. You can see them listed on the right here. They're a mix from finance and from business, as well as many of the service providers. We also base our work on the science of many leading organisations. We have 20 knowledge partners and are supported by governments, both the G7 and the G20. So that's a bit about who we are and how we work. I'd also just wanted to mention, it's not on this slide, but we have a forum which any organisation can join to participate and contribute. So please do consider joining the TNFD forum if you haven't already and would like to learn more about our work. So importantly, going back to target 15 of the CBD, this is then operationalised by our framework. So our framework enables organisations to assess and disclose how they depend and impact on nature as an asset, the services it provides, going back to the Descriptor review, and the risks it creates for the organisation. TNFD also covers opportunities, which isn't highlighted in target 15 of the CBD, but we feel is very important. It's not just about downside risk, but also tremendous opportunities for both business to improve nature and improve outcomes for the business itself. So we've seen tremendous momentum. We were delighted in Colombia last week to announce another increase in adoption of the TNFD framework. So we announced 320 adopters back in Davos in January last year. And so in just 14 months, we've seen a nearly 60% increase. We're up to over 500 adopters with nearly $18 trillion of assets under management, which is, I understand, about 10% of global assets invested. We have $6.5 trillion of market cap from publicly listed companies, and a great coverage, particularly in sector coverage. So almost all the major sectors are represented, as well as particular strong uptake in Asia and Europe. And so what are people adopting? So the TNFD is a global framework. It's not a standard or regulation. It's a set of recommendations from the market, just like TCFD created, which we hope will be practical, useful, and create consistency. And so we're seeing uptake in three main routes. That voluntary adoption, which I've already just shown you, is well underway, huge uptake and momentum. It's also beginning to inform already global standards. So the GRI's impact standards are already being updated based on the TNFD's recommendations. And we're now working to support the International Sustainability Standards Board on their work on nature to do the same. And then regulatory development. So, of course, in Europe with the CSRD, that's moved very rapidly. So we've been working with EFRAG for some time to create that consistency with the TNFD framework. And as other regulators are interested, we stand ready to explain the TNFD and help them draw on our recommendations. And we've been building, as I mentioned, on existing frameworks and tools from the very beginning. We've now started to do mappings back with the standards and regulations. So we have to publish 2 correspondence mappings, one with the European regulations, which shows a high level of alignment, and that all 14 of the TNFD recommendations are covered in the European Sustainability Reporting Standards. And we've also published a similar mapping with GRI, which again shows a very high level of alignment in the recommendations and metrics, although, of course, GRI is primarily focused on impact rather than risk and opportunity. And the only other point I want to mention is CDP, which I know CDP questionnaires are widely used. They're updating their questionnaires to align with the TNFD. They're now partially aligned, and we hope within the next year and a half we'll be working to support them to make it fully aligned. And I know that the CSRD is probably highly relevant for you, so I just wanted to highlight the details of that correspondence mapping As I mentioned, all 14 of the TNFD recommendations are covered in the European standards. We enable the same approach to double materiality, and the ESRS has specifically signposts to using something called the LEAP approach, which TNFD developed as a due diligence process for assessing your nature issues. So huge consistency and complementarity already. So these are the recommendations that we've published. We've built from the TCFDs by design to create that consistency with the IFRS, the ISSB standards, and with current market practice, knowing that many have started with climate and are building out from that. 3 additional disclosures, which are important for nature, on local communities and affected stakeholders, on location, so where these issues are happening, because much is place specific, and also the importance of looking at upstream and downstream value chains. And then we have, in addition to our main disclosure recommendations, a large set of accompanying guidance, which is there to be useful on topics like how to do the assessment, sector-specific and global metrics. We have taken a large number of metrics and created a small, consistent set for reporting. Target setting, which we do with the Science Based Targets Network, scenario analysis, engagement, and now most recently transition planning. So in addition to the main recommendations, there's a large set of guidance to support organisations. The LEAP approach has proved particularly useful. It's been pilot tested by 240 organisations, and as I mentioned, now cited in the European standards. This is proving to be very helpful. So when we know there are 500 adopters of the recommendations, we believe there are many thousands who are downloading and using the LEAP approach internally already. So in conclusion, what's next for us? TNFD will continue for a few more years to encourage and enable action in the finance and corporate business sector. We're expanding our engagement with events like this, and also moving to building capacity with a training program and training materials. We'll continue to publish guidance for specific sectors that are important for nature, and moving to a second phase of pilot testing on particularly important topics like data, measurement, and transition planning. And accompanying that, we have a set of data initiatives to unblock barriers around access to consistent, high-quality data, and also looking at the role and demands on small and medium-sized enterprises to enable them to understand these issues and to ensure this isn't a burden on them for reporting. So with that, I'd like to conclude. I wish you very well for the rest of the meeting. I've been really impressed by the work in Hungary that I've heard from the MMNB team. The leadership on sustainable finance, the green mandate of the central bank is really impressive, and the work on pilot testing that's already began. So I really hope Hungary will continue to lead as a country globally, and look forward to seeing what more comes from this conference and subsequently. Thank you very much.
Emily Mackenzie, thank you very much for this thought-provoking presentation. We will continue our conference with a panel discussion, for which I would like to call the moderator of the panel discussion to the stage, Ms. Helena Naffa, Associate Professor and Director of the Sustainable Finance Research Center at Corvinus University of Budapest. And please also welcome our speakers, Mr. Gábor Gyura, Advisor at UNEP, Mr. Guan Schellekens, Team Lead of the Climate Risk Project Management Office of the European Central Bank. Ms. Ingrid Kukuljan, Head of Impact and Sustainable Investing at Federated Hermes. And Mr. Giovanni Garcea, Team Leader for Green Finance at the Directorate General for Environment of the European Commission. During the panel discussion, the audience is provided with the possibility to ask questions using the QR code.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and I'm very humbled to be joined by a team of experts who are working at the intersection of biodiversity and finance. A few years ago, we might not have imagined that this niche term would become the main topic of a conference at the central bank. But today, we are here with key stakeholders representing very different insights, and I'm interested to hear from you. So perhaps you could please start with introducing yourselves, and what do you see from your own positions? What are you doing in terms of having financial markets as indirect drivers of nature-related risks? How can they be integrated, and how can we advance this effort forward? So let me start with you, Juan, please.
Thanks a lot, Helena, and good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. So thanks for the introduction already before. So I'm working indeed in the European Central Bank on the banking supervision arm. And before that, I in fact had the pleasure of working at the Dutch Central Bank on nature-related risks as well. I saw one of the early reports that we did there, also listed in the previous presentation. So what are we doing in the European Central Bank on this? As you are probably aware, we are the supervisor of the 110 largest institutions in the euro area. And back in 2020 already, we set out our expectations on climate-related and environmental risk, and nature-related risks, if you will. So already acknowledging at that time the importance of also covering that in the way we execute our prudential supervision. And what's important to mention there is that, of course, as a citizen of Europe, I'm very interested in scaling up biodiversity finance, but as a prudential supervisor, I'm interested in the way institutions, so banks under our supervision, manage the risks associated with nature degradation. And there, as we already heard in previous panels, there's a lot of reason to be concerned about that. So IPBES, of course, setting out clearly the loss of ecosystem services. We know from some of our own research work that in the range of 70% of financing of banks under our supervision is highly or very highly dependent on at least one ecosystem services. So that's also the reason that we, as a supervisor, prioritized climate-related and nature-related risk already a couple of years ago and set out a multi-year program to foster banks' alignment with our expectations. So we started with several reviews already in 2021, and as you might know, we have set deadlines for all banks under our supervision to meet our expectations by the end of 2024 at the latest. So I'll talk a little bit about, in the rest of the panel, what we're already observing now, but of course, the main milestone still to be achieved. And maybe one last comment on how we go about that. It's a bit of a story of the carrot and the stick, if you will. So we have announced in 2022 that we do expect all institutions to meet all of our expectations, and that we would use enforcement instruments if that is necessary. So if we really see foundational aspects missing in the risk management of banks, that we would also use the supervisory toolkit at our disposal. And the other part of the story is the carrot, if you will. We know, of course, that especially for nature-related risk, this is very much under development. So we are also committed to publish good practices, updates whenever we see them. So if we see good ways to manage these risks, we also share them, and we have committed to do that again also next year. So.
Okay. And Ingrid, turning to you, you're representing one of the largest investors and one of the most dedicated ones to this topic. So perhaps you can share your insights with us.
Sure. So Federated Hermes is a US/UK based asset manager. We are known as leaders in responsible investment. We have 800 billion of assets under management, but we also advise on about 2 trillion of assets under management. And why this is important is that we represent some of the largest asset owners globally, and nature is one of our priorities. We have set out something called Nature Net Zero by 2030, where we are engaging with corporates and asking them to set targets and helping them in their transition to sustainability. We have been working on biodiversity for the past 5 years. We are members of, actually co-chairs of Finance for Biodiversity Foundation, so we were directly involved in the negotiations during Montreal COP and during the Cali COP. I'm part of the International Advisory Panel on Biodiversity Credits, and I believe it's, in terms of the innovative financial mechanisms, it's a huge step forward, especially to address issues on a local level. Why it's important to actually engage with corporates and public companies is that if you look at the nature destruction, the major culprits are actually the large public multinationals. So 3 years ago, we set up a fund in collaboration with the Natural History Museum of London. And when I initially started thinking about this fund, my first thought was a transition fund. But then we looked at the data and we realized, given that literally every single company needs to transition globally, we will try and really find which companies are biodiversity champions. So we put 2 main criteria to this. One criteria was that a company needs to align with at least one UN SDG. The reason for this is, we are all reading reports of, only 16% of UN SDGs have been achieved. The main reason for this is that 80% of the SDGs depend on biodiversity. Given that we haven't been taking care of biodiversity, it's very difficult to see how we will achieve the UN SDG targets. And the second one is that the company needs to help preserve or restore biodiversity. So to give you some data, we came out with a list of only 150 companies out of the 9,000 that are part of the index. And the work that we did with the scientists was to ensure that we moved the capital flows in that direction. Apart from that, we are also members of the Nature Action 100 initiatives, and we do a lot of collaborative engagement as a part of the finance industry.
And maybe turning to
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for the invitation, first of all. It's a real pleasure to be here. So I'm Giovanni Garcea. I'm working in the European Commission in the Directorate General for Environment. My role is basically to coordinate the inputs of colleagues who are more technical expert on the, let's say, green aspects, and feed that into the work of the colleagues doing the financial services regulation under the Sustainable Finance Agenda. So I think the main point I wanted to make today was already been made by a lot of speakers about whether this is serious and whether we need to act. So I'm very happy I don't need to repeat that one. What I would like to add to this as a first point is that we also produced a study this spring. So the European Commission asked an external contractor to develop a methodological framework to assess the potential financial risks due to biodiversity losses. The framework is very much aligned and complementary to the ones that we just heard from TNFD, but also on the one from the OECD and the Hungarian Central Bank that we will hear later, as well as the ones developed by the NGFS framework of the central banks. The aim is to answer the question, so we understand the risks are there is exposure, but how this transmits to the financial sector. So how financial institutions are exposed, what is the financial impact for them? So maybe without going into the details of the study itself, but it follows the logic also described in the TNFD presentation earlier, where you first need to scope and define which is the the perimeter of the assessment you want to perform, then to quantify the risks, both from a physical and from a transitional aspects, then calculate the exposure at a company level, and finally quantify the financial impact. So ultimately, the idea is to help the financial sector to give the tools to start doing these assessments and start to quantify the financial risks. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me turn to Gabor. And I think with the introduction, we must add that you are also a founding member of the Hungarian Sustainable Investment Forum. So with that and with your advisory to UNEP FI, I'm interested to hear your thoughts from your position, what you're doing to drive biodiversity finance.
Thanks, and indeed I really hope that also the Hungarian investment industry can also contribute to all these biodiversity objectives. But maybe in this panel I will rather talk about what I'm doing for UNEP. So being a former central banker, I also completely agree with the seriousness of the, let's say, financial risk angle. This is really a risk for the individual banks, and also there are probably macroprudential systemic implications. But for UNEP, our angle is, of course, slightly different. Our mandate is not about financial stability, but how can we support banks, especially in emerging markets, to contribute better to the objectives of the global biodiversity framework, which, well, basically our main message is that this is something very, very comparable to the Paris Climate Agreement, but it is already, I think, a very complex message, because it's fairly, I think, easy to translate the Paris Climate Agreement to, let's say, quantitative targets, scenarios, decarbonization targets, and so on. But the global biodiversity framework itself is so much complex. But the good news is that my experience working with banks in many continents, especially outside Europe, that they are absolutely interested. It really has been on the agenda for many banks, especially in Latin America. I think many banks are even much more advanced than some of the, especially the Eastern European banks. This is good news. I also think that what central banks do matter a lot. So probably this is the most important convening power nowadays, that, well, central banks are turning to the topic. They are issuing new kinds of expectations, guidances. Okay, so we also must take it seriously. However, and this is how I would like to close my introduction, we also would like to raise the bar even further. Okay, how can we make sure that these banks actually support stopping nature loss, like regenerating nature? And this is, for a bank, a very, very, let's say, challenging topic, and maybe we can get into that later.
Well, thank you very much. And we see that we have very different perspectives here with us, and it's always a debate between regulators and market players pointing at each other. So I'm interested to hear from you. What do you see as key trends here, and what are the key challenges that you see? Let me start with you, Juan.
With great pleasure, of course. And I think the first observation is, of course, that we are lagging behind climate-related risk management, right? So we also, in our reviews, have looked at both dimensions at every turn. And in 2022, we also saw that at that point, 40% of the banks under our supervision did not even look at nature-related risks at all, in terms of even assessing how they could be exposed to the risk, right? So that was clearly a disappointing result. And as one of our board members has put it, you know, the glass wasn't even half full; it was just starting to fill up. So we really see a big gap, if you will, between the risk perceptions that we also just saw on the slides of Emily. If you ask CEOs of large firms, what do you think the main risks are? You see all of the nature-related risk popping up right at the top. But if you look at the risk management capabilities that you actually see on the ground, there seems to be still quite a significant gap. Now, that was 2022. So we issued, of course, our expectations. We asked institutions to further develop that, and we do now see very significant improvements taking place on the ground. So we really see this starting to trickle down, both at the kind of strategy strategy dimension and the risk management dimension, right? So in strategy, where I think typically institutions would be inclined to start just with excluding certain activities, but you see now also that there's a lot more activity in, you know, clarifying in sector policies what we want to see, what the right approaches are, if you will, and also using client engagement to try to foster changes on the ground, if you will. And on the risk management side, very similarly, these materiality assessments are more in place, and we see that institutions are really deep diving on specific areas of risks where they think they are exposed, but we're still missing, if you will, the overall comprehensive picture. And I think that's also what we'll get to in a moment, where there's a bit of a need, if you will, for a clear roadmap. But I'll get to that.
It seems something that we keep on hearing, that the power is with investors, exclusions, how effective they are. I'm interested to hear how much leverage investors have in their engagement activities, in their stewardship, because this is a topic that keeps returning, but and it was started years ago. So interested to hear from your perspective, what are the key challenges for you, and what are the key trends?
I'll maybe start with giving you the answer to your question, and I'm going to go back to regulation and policymakers, because that's the key, but I can elaborate about this. Look, in terms of trends, I think we are definitely on a very positive trajectory. If I think back to 2021, when we were preparing a year ahead of Montreal, there was a handful of financial institutions. You know, I probably spent 3 years explaining to people what biodiversity is. And, you know, we came to Montreal and there were over 10,000 people in attendance. Cali was 20,000. And what was positive about Cali, despite some of the shortcomings of the whole of the COP, is that there were 20,000 people in attendance, and for the first time we had representation from Ministry of Finance. And nature is something that has been largely seen, this is the issue of environmental ministries, but it's not. If we are going to resolve this, you need a whole government approach, and it was great to see, actually, I attended a breakfast with 20 finance ministers, and it was, you know, great to see that there is definitely action happening there. In terms of the corporates and what's going on there, I think there are two things to consider. One is the reporting requirements, and the second one is the lack of global regulation to actually allow the corporates to report, especially when it comes to CSRD and the number of KPIs that are requested. And I'll give you a great example also, you know, in terms of banking, the way that we see investments should drive systems resilience, but it's very difficult to achieve this if you think that, you know, out of the European budget, 38% of the budget is going on to subsidies. And for agricultural companies in particular, you know, if they're getting all the subsidies, it's difficult to see how banks will not lend to them and see this as systems resiliency if the policymakers are actually giving the money. So there is definitely a lack of coordination in that respect. With regards to corporates themselves and the engagement, you know, one can say, it's very easy to say it's business as usual because the policy has not followed. But given the severity and the increasing frequency of natural disasters, corporates are waking up because they're feeling the direct effects on that. And corporates are actually taking this pretty seriously. What Emily was saying, you know, we were actually an early adopter of TNFD. 502 adopters, it's a great result, but you know, even those that are not adopting the TNFD are starting to look at their impact and dependency. I think what needs to happen is, in terms of the policy, we have to start internalizing externalities, and policymakers need to, you know, make the point that exploitation of nature or people for that matter, should not be seen as a winning business model. And I think this would be, you know, a game changer.
The very nice way of linking the topic of focusing on nature-related risks and preserving nature alongside the social aspect of it. So unless we recognize the socio-ecological imperatives here, we will see continuation of the type of counterproductive subsidies that you just mentioned. So I'm turning to you, Giovanni, from your perspective, and I know you're focused on environment. Interested to hear of what coordination you're doing within the EU and perhaps with global partners to harmonize, to regulate, to advise on regulation, and perhaps, and I know it might be beyond your daily scope, but the interplay between the environmental impacts and the societal impacts there.
Yep, and thanks a lot. So, of course, I'm very happy to hear what she said, saying it's not only the responsibility of the environment department in this case, and I fully share that. But before jumping on that part on data, let me just add another obstacle that I clearly see, which is specific for biodiversity, which is the locality. The fact that biodiversity losses are not fungible. So if it happens in one place, it's not easily let's say, refilled or exchanged in another place. And that has an impact for financial institutions because they have to look at where their exposure is. And the difference is from one region to another, from one country to another, from one continent to another, is very much significant. I mean, just to go back to my earlier study, we had some cases on the most exposed sectors at the EU level, which are real estate, healthcare, and agriculture. But of course, that changes a lot depending on the context and on the geographical location where you do your assessment. Now, if I turn to the data issue, yes, this is the biggest challenge. I think it's not secret. It's no doubt about that. And now I turn to her again, saying I think the financial sector has a huge and a clear role to play in helping companies to develop and to come up with this data. So what we did in the last 5 years at the EU level is all the different regulatory initiatives under the sustainable finance agenda. So we had reporting and disclosures initiatives for companies, for financial entities. We came up with this classification system, the EU taxonomy, with a lot of criteria on how to assess the different activities. And by the way, there are now activities giving substantial contribution to biodiversity now into the taxonomy. So yes, we know there is a problem, and we hope still that with these new regulations coming into force and picking up, there will be more data coming up at the level of financial institutions to fulfill their assessments. But at the same time, what we understand is that there is already enough information available to start, at least with an assessment, to start initially with some conclusion, and to start feeding that into this decision-making process. So we can make the parallelism with the climate, and we will do probably coming later as well. But we saw banks are now getting used to incorporate their carbon and climate assessment into their decision-making process. I think they can start now also looking at biodiversity in that respect. Thanks.
Thank you. And moving to Gabor, you're sitting in between the UNEP FI and involved with the investors. From your position, what do you see key trends and key challenges?
Well, I think there are a lot of challenges also in Hungary, but also probably in all regions. Maybe let me highlight two of them, and some of them has been partly mentioned, but I really want to emphasize the problems with KPIs, with biodiversity. So with climate, I think, and this is not to say that, let's say, working and starting to work with climate for banks was easy, but at least we really had greenhouse gas emissions as the single one KPI above all. And that makes things really tangible, quantifiable. for instance, carbon accounting, like measuring the finance emissions of banks. Who would have really thought 5 years ago in Hungary that this is something possible even for Hungarian banks? They can calculate it, but how do you calculate, I say, the finance biodiversity footprint of banks? And of course, there are some methodologies being evolving, but it's absolutely really complex, and also like setting targets. UNEP FI believes in science-based target setting for climate, and I know that there are, let's say, many NGOs skeptical about climate targets set by banks, that they are not ambitious enough. There are methodological questions, but at least we do have climate targets, and also Hungarian banks have increasingly climate targets. And they are much better than having nothing, but setting biodiversity targets, absolutely very difficult for banks. So the kind of, let's say, preliminary targets we are seeing is like, okay, it's more like commitment, stopping financing of deforestation, but then we really have to go down the value chain. So again, new questions arise, or engaging, I don't know, X percentage of my clients in this year about biodiversity. So that's a client engagement target. You can quantify it, but it's not really something comparable to a greenhouse gas target, which is much more impactful. So that's number one, the problem of KPIs, which is really very important, and don't really know how we can tackle it, especially in the short term. And my second point is really this, what we can maybe call climate fatigue. I think, again, we have to appreciate, and there are some Hungarian commercial bankers here who I think really did, a great job in recent years. Had put in a lot of effort to build up basically new methodologies, again, measuring finance emissions, working on targets, creating new green loans, I don't know, for renovating real estate, all this stuff. And it took a lot of resources. All these sustainability colleagues in commercial banks need to compete for resources internally, and now they need to go back to their boards. Now I also need resources for the biodiversity, we need extra FTEs and all this. And even with climate, we are still struggling. So even though it's really compelling now to go ahead with biodiversity, this is something absolutely important, but already with climate, I think a lot of colleagues who might be in the room or outside this room might very well feel a little bit like fatigue, and we just need a little bit more energy from somewhere.
Fair enough. And what I hear from the panelists, and really turning to the audience, that we do have an opportunity to ask questions. So if you turn to the Slido QR code, then feel free to send us questions. But we hear that there is a big data gap, so there is a methodology gap, but also you're saying the data is there, you just need to somehow find it, or is it usable? And I also hear that we do have something to start with. So perhaps we can hear a little bit about, on the positive note, do you see any good practices from where you're in the driver's seat in many different positions, so any good practices that we can hear about that can be used for upscaling? Yeah, so that's the criteria I'm looking for. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. And as I mentioned, we published some early good practices in 22, and we'll come with more next year. But maybe there's several. So we saw institutions do a lot in the space of client engagement, sector policies, and so on. But on the positive front, we also observed at least one institution that did set a biodiversity net positive target by 2030, if I remember correctly, and also, framing clear KPIs for various business lines and so on. So apparently it is possible to do it, but this is certainly not something that indeed we're seeing across the board just yet. And maybe that also, if you allow me to briefly respond to that, because I think I can very much acknowledge the challenge, and I think to be able to do that properly, I think we can also learn from what we have seen in the climate space, right? So if I look at how institutions generally use or develop strategy setting procedures, this builds a lot on the concept of alignment, right? So if you look at the climate disclosure regime, right? You need to publish where you stand today, right? Financed emissions, backward-looking. You need to publish your green asset ratio, right? So how many of your clients essentially have already met the mark? But of course, there's a very big gap, and that's where the majority of the assets is, and that's also, I think, the point that you were making earlier, that still have to move from A to B. And the question is, are they moving at the right pace, right? And for that, we have, of course, alignment metrics to be disclosed that essentially make use of decarbonization pathways that set out in a time-bound manner how do different actors in different sectors and different geographies have to move, right? So how fast does the deployment of wind and solar need to be in a particular geography, and how fast is the phasing out of coal-fired power stations need to be, right? So we have kind of that trajectory, and I think that's really the part that is missing, if you will, in the nature-related space that really gives us a concrete context-based target to measure against that would help us also orient these sector policies and these client engagement strategies to try to get, if you will, the big client base into the right directives. So I think also in that sense we can learn a lot from what we see in climate that is just ahead, if you will.
Thank you. Ingrid, I'm sure you have some good upscaling examples to share with us.
Yeah, perhaps the major one is to stop this siloing between climate and biodiversity, because climate change is only one of the 5 drivers of biodiversity loss. So those two should be integrated, and what a lot of finance industry is hoping for, that we will actually see the merger between TCFD and TNFD, which would help resolve this issue. Second thing on the metrics, it's a great excuse. You know, there are no metrics and it's so complicated. It's complicated if you want to look at, you know, a particular species of butterfly somewhere on the top of a mountain, but the way that this should be dealt with by financial institutions is to look at where are the biggest stresses on our ecosystems coming from, and they're coming from water, and the way that water is being withdrawn, as well as, you know, hazardous chemicals pollution, waste, deforestation. 80% of all of the deforestation is due to commercial agriculture, and then obviously the emissions that everybody's looking at. We actually developed a proprietary biodiversity impact database, and apart from those 4 main KPIs that we believe every company should be able to report on already and should be taking into account, we are also looking at food waste, because 40% of all the food that we eat ends as waste. And, you know, we could resolve, if that is being tackled in a proper manner, I think we would definitely reduce the stresses both on biodiversity and climate change. And the second one is obviously deforestation. What is a company doing in terms of the way that they approach the land use? And with Natural History Museum, they have developed something called the Biodiversity Intactness Index, and this was only used within the scientific circles, and it's the biggest collection of biodiversity in the world. They have a sample size of 50,000 species across animals, plants, insects, and fungi that they have mapped in 100 locations globally. 58,000 locations in 100 countries globally, and you can actually make predictive models with that, and by looking at BII, you get a good sense of whether a company is operating in a biodiversity fragile area. And today, this is available on Bloomberg. Bloomberg is the most used data tool for financial institutions, and you can analyze corporates by using just putting, you know, ESG nature, and you will get this data. So the data is there.
Yeah, I will jump in then. No, I agree with the colleagues who just spoke. I mean, the one good trend that we see is that there is this systemic approach that is being taken into consideration. So we do not see biodiversity in isolation, but we try to see how it interacts. So we see all the different frameworks and models which have been proposed and discussed. They take into consideration also the contagion effects that biodiversity losses have on the whole economy, how the economic factors are impacted by all the transitional risks, including political developments, value chains, legal risks, and so on, and how the financial system can have a systemic role in case of biodiversity losses. So we really much appreciate that there is this trend ongoing to have an overall comprehensive approach on the topic. What we see that is still needed, but still we're on a good hope, is that there is a common terminology and there are common definitions. So we think there is the need to have an alignment between how the companies speak and report, how the financial institutions can report and assess their risks, and how the supervisors address them and interact with them. We think that it's getting there, but we are not there yet. And of course, the international dimension has a big role to play. From the EU side, we can do what we can do, but we need to mobilize everybody in that direction. Maybe the last point I want to mention also in this is that at least when we discuss these frameworks, biodiversity is intended in a broader sense. So it also includes water, because we heard and we now see water as a very important footprint and a very important factor in all different sectors. So it's important to include water in the biodiversity assessments.
Thank you. And just to summarize what I'm hearing and to turn to you, Gabor, on looking for existing good practices that can be upscaled, we're hearing that there is acknowledgement that systemic level solutions are required, breaking silos between climate biodiversity and, I might add, between the disciplines. So now that we're talking with natural scientists and social scientists together, I think this is also a step in that direction. So perhaps you can give us your perspective, Gabor.
Sure. Maybe just also want to echo that convergence with methodologies are very important. And in the video recording, we heard about the TNFD framework and the LEAP approach. And actually, these are out there. These are not perfect, but actually freely available for everybody to use, and this is already a good step forward. But looking also for other kinds of, let's say, solutions, if I can call them like that. Maybe let me also a little bit touch upon water, which was already mentioned in our panel. If one takes the time to read the OECD's report, which was produced for Hungary about the Hungarian financial system's exposure to nature-related risks, one very alarming message is the Hungarian economy's reliance on water. And of course, one can wonder, okay, so as a bank, what can I do? These clients, maybe, for instance, companies active in agriculture, they're exposed to water risk. Of course, if I pull out the financing from these clients, that won't really help anybody. Maybe it might reduce my losses, but it won't really help the Hungarian economy and also Hungarian nature. So one can wonder, what can we do? Are there any solutions out there? And the good news is, yes, there are. For instance, water conservation practices, water storage practices, sustainable agricultural practices, collecting rainfall and all these things. Some NGOs like WWF, who are also with us today, have really been advocating, for instance, these solutions. They are out there. There are experts of this topic. So even though basically the situation might be really very alarming, and it is in Hungary, also we can see it in the OECD report, but if a bank wanted to finance solutions, investments into tackling the problem, methodologies are out there from water experts, such as those working with WWF Hungary.
Then it seems that methodology is there, data is there, we just need to look in the right places. We are sitting at the central bank, and they have this great initiative of supporting academic research in green finance. Let me turn to you to ask you maybe a bit cheeky question. What new research questions would you like to hear from the academic community, probably the young researchers who are applying for the finance research grant offered by the central bank to support your work?
You want me to start again? I was hoping this time we would start on the other side of the table.
It's an open question.
No, I think for me, I would just reiterate the point that on the development of these pathways, right, sector-specific pathways, how can we actually get to that point of a nature-positive economy? So put differently, if you look at the global biodiversity framework, the national biodiversity strategies, and so on, and then sector-specific policy initiative, if we add that all up, what does the actual trajectory look like? And does it get us where we want to be, or are further kind of actions required?
So business as usual versus path shifting, where does that take us? Okay, hope my colleagues are taking notes. Ingrid, please.
I think to Juan's point, on a local level in terms of NBSAPs, I think that's important in terms of research to be done, because if you look on a global level, we have plenty of research in terms of, you know, the impacts and dependencies, but to have effective NBSAPs, you should be doing more local research to really develop proper planning.
And perhaps you could give some color on NBSAPs for those who are not aware.
So those are the national biodiversity strategy plans that were agreed to be developed during COP15 in Montreal. Only 44 out of 194 countries have submitted them so far. There are more countries that have submitted targets, but what you really want to see is this detailed NBSAPs.
Maybe not a direct question, but where I think the researchers and the universities can help is building up and helping to develop the knowledge and the competencies which are needed in the financial sector to come up with these new, let's say, assessments and exercises. I very much hear what you said about this fatigue. Yes, still, we think there is still a huge opportunity now to bring basically the sector up to speed compared to the climate sector, and there is the need to develop the competencies to assess these risks.
Quickly, one partly research and partly policy question. So how can we create a well-functioning market for biodiversity credits? Which is, again, a very interesting topic. I've seen at least 2 biodiversity credit experts here, so please go and find them, because I think this is absolutely very important and very promising, but we really need good policies and also good research, let's say, backing biodiversity credit markets, which will be developed in Europe and maybe also outside Europe in the near future.
We wrote 60 pages on biodiversity measurement as a part of the International Advisory Panel, and all of these working papers are available online. So there is a lot of research for those who are interested. We published all of the working papers on the demand, the supply, the governance, and the measurement.
So this brings me to some questions that we've heard from the audience, and I think it links to what you're saying, is that the research is out there. How impactful is it? How is it reaching the market players? And more specifically, the question we received is, yes, in the climate space, is there a reasonable probability to transition risks to realize in the future, by more stringent policy regulation? Is there something similar for nature? And it's up to any of the panelists who would like to take the question.
Shall I start again? Okay, but please help, colleagues. So, no, I think it's a very important question, right? And it ties in a lot to the question of materiality, right? So, and we expect that banks assess materiality of their exposures to the risk, both for climate and environment. And what we've seen in the past years is the longer we look at it, the higher the scores are, if you will. So when we started looking at this in 2021, I believe 50% of the institutions saw climate nature risk hitting them somewhere. In 2022, that was 85%, 2023, 90%, and 2024 we'll have to see early next year. So we clearly see an increase, right? And that is also there for nature-related risk, albeit lower. And if you look at some of the early studies that have been done, so there are of course a lot of discussions in the policy space on the polluter pays principle, right? And we know of course what the impact is on financial stability, on individual financial institutions, if we were to price CO2s at given levels, right? A lot of stress tests have been done in that regard. Interestingly so, if you look at the early work, if you even only price air, water, and land pollutants and then look at the impact of profitability on the firms, we get very similar results, right? So the materiality is clearly there, right? And I think I'll leave it to the other colleagues to comment on the likelihood of us implementing all of the envisioned policies.
I think what's important is, if you think about the financial industry and the global money flows, those are global, but regulations are not. And EU has obviously been at the forefront with great regulations such as the EUDR, the CSDDD. But the issue is if we don't have a global adoption of at least similar type of regulations, we are not going to get far, because what will happen is just a creation of dual markets where at the end of the day, the European companies are going to lose out.
I will try with a short and diplomatic answer, in the sense that it's very early now in the process because you have the hearings of the commissioners in these days. So the new commission will come by the end of the year. So we still have to understand exactly the priorities for new rules coming up. What I can say is that several of the rules which have been developed in the past years are under review or will start to be reviewed. But at the same time, there were some commitments on reducing the reporting burden of non-financial disclosure and reporting. So we have to see how the balance will go through. Of course, the main message is that reporting alone is not enough, but we have to see how it will materialize in practice.
Shall we take also the other questions there?
We can take another question, and the reason we might be looking bewildered is that the questions kept shifting and jumping, so we're trying to dynamically adapt to this question. But the next question that we received was, given the backdrop of the US elections results, and let me bring a slight reminder of this year's Nobel Prize winner for economics. I think the message there was that nothing can be achieved unless you have politics as an ally. So with this backdrop, where do you see the next steps? Who do we expect to have the next move, if this is a chess table?
Let me start. So I will not comment on the US election. Make it simple. I can say what Europe committed to do. And it's clear from the guidelines from the president that the objectives of the Green Deal are there to stay. So there is a clear trajectory there where we want to go. How we will achieve and how we will move forward with the regulation, as I mentioned before, is still to be seen. But the objectives and the direction is fixed, and it's there to stay.
Any closing remarks, any key messages that we want to contribute to?
I think in a similar vein, I also don't pretend to have the wisdom to understand exactly what the impact of the outcome of the elections today was, but I think it's also important to acknowledge there that, if we look at, and I think it will apply to a lot of people in the room as well, financial institutions themselves and banks, in my context in particular, there's a very broad acknowledgement of the material impacts of nature-related risks on themselves, right? So in that they already, out of their own volition, of course, reacted that as responsible risk managers, if you will. Similarly, if you look at their strategy setting, there's an increasing number of institutions that also want to contribute, and I would imagine them to continue doing so.
And maybe the last question that we got, and I think that's very relevant for you, Ingrid and Gábor, what would you advise stakeholders in Hungary who are at the beginning of their steps?
I think the first thing is just start looking at your impacts and dependencies on nature. You could use the ENCORE framework in terms of the sector exposure and the LEAP framework from TNFD. Don't set big ambitions, look at your business and really try to assess the impacts and dependencies. And you can use this data for free and it's out there, it's doable.
It's available in open science, indeed. Yeah.
My take on this one, well, maybe use the lunch break wisely. And what makes me say that? Again, a lot of experts here in the audience, also in the panel. Helena was very, very modest and haven't really talked about her research center that she runs at University of Cornelius. But Helena's team has done a lot of research on biodiversity-related financial risks. So again, Helena is one of the examples if you can stay for the lunch break, you can approach. And if you are really just starting off your nature journey, Helen and also other colleagues are here to really start cooperating with. So that would be probably my recommendation.
Thank you very much for highlighting that we are doing efforts in bringing biodiversity finance as a standalone discipline. And with that, I thank the panelists for joining me today, and hopefully this was an eye-opener, and we finish on a positive note that we do have some tools at hand, and we do see some good examples. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear panelists, for this meaningful conversation. Kedves hölgyeim és uraim, ezzel elérkeztünk a konferencia.
And ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the end of the morning program of our conference. Once again, congratulating our award winners and thanking all our speakers and contributors for their useful thoughts. We are going to have lunch break. Enjoy, and we are going to meet in 50 minutes' time.
Sok szeretettel köszöntünk újra mindenkit.
I'd like to very warmly welcome you all at the Conference of Green Finances. I hope you had the opportunity to talk to each other during the break, to connect and inspire yourselves. In continuation of the afternoon program, we will have Ben Baldekot, who will come as a pre-recorded video message, who is going to hold a motivational talk.
Hello to everyone at the BNB Green Finance Conference, and thank you to the BNB for bringing us together to address one of the most urgent issues of our time. Today, I want to discuss why we need to change how central banks and financial regulators approach the biodiversity crisis. Let's begin with the elephant in the room. Unlike the energy transition, there's currently no substantial economic incentive to drive large-scale investment in nature and in its recovery. In the case of climate, we've seen renewable energy become competitive. That's been enabled by supportive market frameworks, incentives and instruments, for example, feed-in tariffs, contracts for difference, different kinds of tax credit. These policy tools and market frameworks make renewable energy bankable and investable, channeling capital into the energy transition. For nature, however, nothing similar exists at any meaningful scale. There's no widely adopted market or policy mechanisms that incentivize biodiversity positive investments. This foundational gap hinders the mobilization of capital towards preserving and restoring nature. So if we're seriously going to address biodiversity loss and habitat destruction around the world, we're going to have to create market frameworks and incentives that make nature an attractive, viable investment. This is a really big public policy challenge, and to address it, we need to make three critical changes. The first is establishing these economic incentives for nature recovery. Similar to how we're incentivized and have successfully incentivized renewable energy, we're going to need these new mechanisms that reward investments in biodiversity protection and restoration. We're also going to have to reform agricultural subsidies. Today's agricultural subsidies too often support practices that degrade ecosystems. They must be transformed and reformed to prioritize nature-positive outcomes. And I think that can be done in a way that is appealing and attractive to farmers and to the farming industry. We also need to increase funding for protected areas, in addition to increasing the scope of land and oceans and seas that are protected. We need more public funding to protect and manage national parks and other conservation areas, whether they're terrestrial or marine. So these changes require leadership and commitment from governments to make biodiversity protection investable and scalable. Now let's talk a bit about central banks and financial regulators, and the approach that central banks and financial regulators have traditionally taken in relation to environmental challenges, particularly, of course, climate change, has been starting with disclosure. And so some of you will have been there and will remember when the TCFD, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, was launched at the Paris COP21 in 2015. But that was nearly a decade ago, and we're still seeing disclosure as a primary focus. It's absorbing a lot of attention and energy. And I think in the context of nature and biodiversity, this timeline simply doesn't work. We can't afford to spend another decade just improving transparency on biodiversity-related financial risks while ecosystems continue to decline so rapidly. So disclosure, while important, it's only one part, I think actually a small part ultimately, of the puzzle. And we need to move beyond it to consider far more effective levers that can work, can deliver change much more quickly. And I think that's a big question for the central banking and financial regulatory community. What are the other things you need to do? And I think deploying tools that have an immediate impact on capital flows is something you have to consider. You can't just use the climate roadmap. So tools like adjusting capital charges and risk weightings and changing prudential policies that recognize biodiversity risks and price them accordingly. These things have to be considered, and I think actually ultimately deployed very quickly to discourage financing for activities that degrade biodiversity, and also to incentivize nature-positive investments. Now, one thing we can, I think, learn from the approach to climate change is a very powerful concept, and that is transition plans and transition planning. And I think we can apply that to biodiversity. So net zero transition plans, climate transition plans are now recognized as being essential for encouraging companies and financial institutions to set and achieve net zero targets. We urgently need to establish similar nature transition plans or nature recovery plans across industries. And these plans should require firms to assess their biodiversity impacts, set targets for improvement, and outline how they'll contribute to broader goals embodied by agreements like the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Transition planning makes it clear to both companies and investors how they can reduce their ecological impact and help halt biodiversity loss, and should be a key tool. And central banks and financial regulators do have a role in helping to drive adoption of transition planning and introducing those requirements and extending those requirements from just climate change to nature. So the roadmap we've used for climate in the central banking and financial regulatory context, I don't think is going to serve us well here. I think we need a new approach. I think we need one that is faster, bolder, more comprehensive. Central banks and financial regulators must not only adapt the lessons they've learned from working on climate change since 2012, but also think about the other tools available to them to respond to this unique and urgent set of challenges. And I think more stringent regulatory measures that shift financial flows is going to have to be on the table. So central banks and financial regulators have a unique opportunity, indeed a responsibility, to help shape the financial system in a way that ensures that it properly values nature. We must go beyond incremental steps. We don't have the time. We must go beyond disclosure. And we've got to actually drive capital flows in the right direction. So together, let's create a financial system that doesn't just acknowledge and yes, measure and price biodiversity risk, but also one that actively works to mitigate those risks by driving nature recovery. Thank you. And I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I wish you well in this really important conference. Thank you.
Ben Caldecott elgondolkodtató videóüzenet.
Well, after the thought-provoking video message of Mr. Boffo, Ricardo Boffo, Ben Caldecott, we will have now Ricardo Boffo, who is one of the heads, the lead analysts of the June project of MMB OECD. He is going to talk about the exposure of the Hungarian financial sector and their connections with biodiversity networks.
The recognition of biodiversity risks and the possible pathways to manage these risks. I would like to ask Mr. Boffo to give his presentation in this subject. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I hope you can hear me well. I'm sorry for not being there in person, but I'm happy that I am at least able to present the work that we did together with MMB on implementing the supervisory framework and assess nature-related financial risk in the Hungarian financial sector. So maybe just to give a quick overview of the project really started at the initiative of MMB, and of course it was funded by the European Commission. And then implemented by the OECD, but this was really a very collaborative project, and I really would like to thank MMB for the incredible collaboration. There has been really quite a lot of sharing of data with us and quite a lot of collaboration in terms of analysis for what was in the end the final result. To give just a very brief and quick overview of the project, it lasted 22 months and it was divided in two phases. The first was really the research, and the second one, as you can imagine, was much more implementation. The outputs were three main outputs. The first one, it really is like a mapping tool of metrics, data, tools that cover biodiversity and nature in general. The second one is a more conceptual supervisory framework that can be used in general by any financial supervisor. that really is meant to try to take a look at how can central banks and even commercial banks start to assess the risk stemming from nature. And then, of course, the main output really is the implementation of this supervisory framework to Hungary and to its economic and financial system. And lastly, of course, the capacity building and knowledge sharing that we organized, of course, with MMB in Hungary to really try to spread what we learned throughout this project. Just to give a quick overview of how we looked basically at nature, we really tried to take an integrated approach, meaning that we find that climate change, biodiversity loss, and also broader nature degradation cannot take singularly. So we really try to look at all of these aspects together to then reach an economic and financial consequence of like climate change as a driver of nature degradation and intended consequences of climate as change mitigation or adaptation as a driver, nature degradation as a driver of climate change, and nature restoration as a mitigator of climate change. Just to give a very brief overview here as well of the supervisory framework, it is divided in 4 main steps. The first one really is risk identification and prioritization. The second one looks at the economic risk. The third one looks at the financial risk. And then, of course, there are supervisory considerations for the central banks and the financial authorities. But I will go a little bit more in detail later. The last very important thing to mention is that the data and all the statistical software that we use to develop this this implementation is fully available online, and you can find it where is the publication of the OECD in the OECD website, and it is freely downloadable. Anyone has access to the data, not the data, of course, but to the techniques that we use to analyze the data. So it is all freely available for everyone to access. Now, moving really into the implementation. So the identification and prioritization of nature-related financial risk, as I was saying, is the first step. So what we do is that we first look at impact and dependencies. So we really link financial assets in the Hungarian financial system. So this is really all the loans that are outstanding to impacts and dependencies in the ecosystem services. So we really try to link what are the activities, the economic activities and the financial activities that are linked to different ecosystems and how are they linked? Are they impacting them or depending on them? Then we look at the economic sector identification, so there's sectors that are most important and also the ecosystems that are most important to then arrive at key risk identification. Very quickly, this is just a sectoral breakdown of Hungarian's financial system exposure. So as you can see, apart from financial and insurance activities, the main ones really are manufacturing, real estate, and also relevant is agriculture, forestry, and fishing. That is more than 5% of the outstanding total financing. Now, moving really into the analysis that we did, what we found from, as you can see from this chart, is that almost 80% and almost 50% of lending from Hungarian financial institutions highly impacts one or more driver ecosystem services. And 39% is highly dependent on one or more ecosystem services. What does this mean? This means that Hungary is really exposed to transition risk, but it also has a fair share of financing that is dependent on ecosystem services, so dependent on nature, biodiversity, on other ecosystems. So as you can see from this graph, there really is like a breakdown from like the main loans and the main relief financing to then where it goes in terms of ecosystem services. This is in terms of impacts, and this is in terms of dependencies. And this is really, let's say, a general one. So this really doesn't look specifically high or very high impacts. It just looks at general impacts. Therefore, that is why we really focused our analysis on those financing that are highly or very highly impacting. And as you can see here, the impacts are very high for GHG emissions, but also water use and terrestrial ecosystem use, while the dependencies are really strong for surface water, groundwater, climate regulation, flood and storm protection. So there is a really high dependency on water in Hungary. So what we try to do is really then to link the economic sectors that are really highly impacting and highly dependent, and really try to analyze where are they located. And as you can imagine, manufacturing is the sector with the highest output and highest also foreign reliance. And agriculture, forestry, fishing, and also mining are the ones that are most directly linked to impact and dependencies. So what we understood is really that, at least in this sense, agriculture, forestry, and fishing is the sector that are really the most dependent on nature, and therefore why we started focusing on that. I will not focus on this too much, but there are, of course, a number of transition and physical risks that can depend on policy developments, sectorial impacts, and of course, physical risks, which are much more linked to the pure ecosystem. So the water dependency, for example, droughts, water usage. And using this information, we really try to develop then an economic risk assessment. So how did we do this? We did this basically by developing a case study, so really a scenario, a shock scenario in Hungary, using the information that we found in the impact and dependencies assessment. So here we really found that Hungary is very dependent on water. So we really started focusing on, okay, what are the main drivers that are going to affect Hungary? And we found that it is climate change, loss of natural land cover, and demands on water extraction. So the main, as I was saying before, the main exposure to physical risk are really from groundwater, surface water, water flow maintenance, and climate regulation. And based on this, we basically developed 3 different scenarios based on the severity of what we thought, also looking at historical assumption, what could be the potential issues if there was, for example, a water drought. And the scenario really ranges between 1 and 4 months, and it is increasing in intensity, of course, the longer the period. So what we found based on these 3 scenarios is that there could be really a big shock in terms of economic impact. And in absolute terms, at least, it is really contained within the manufacturing and agriculture sectors. But that could really lead to sectoral output under the most severe scenario of almost 11 billion euros. And as well, on a relative basis, as you can imagine, the most affected here is obviously agriculture, where we see that there could really be a relative reduction between 30% almost and 53% of reduction in output. While in manufacturing, this is more contained, and it is only between 3.5 and almost 9%, which is still very high in terms of impacts. We also tried to look at the historical price changes. So we really tried to understand, also looking at past scenarios, past occurrences, what would be the effect on prices. And we have seen that particularly for agriculture, there really would be a strong change in prices. There would be a shock in agricultural commodities specifically, and prices could increase in a range between 30% and almost 60% under the most severe scenario. So using all of this data, what we did is that we basically implemented a financial risk assessment. So what does it mean? It means that we used as proxy the results of the economic risk assessment, and we really tried to feed it into the credit risk and market risk specifically, and then to see how would that then lead to a financial system issue more general, if there was contagion, or really what was the possibilities for this shock to affect the financial system in Hungary. So maybe starting from credit risk, what we did is that we really took the economic results and we applied them to the data that we had thanks to MMB in basically all the loans that were outstanding. So the only catch here is that what we did is really try to be cautious, and we were quite conservative. And we basically assumed that whenever there was a collateral in the loan, the collateral would be able to absorb 100% the shock. What does this mean? This means that if there's a loan outstanding of 100 and the shock is 60, 50 would be absorbed by the collateral and only 10 would then affect the loan. Of course, as you can imagine, particularly for agriculture, in which in many instances the land itself is a collateral, this could not be true. It could be that the land loses more value and therefore that the impact is greater. But we still wanted to be at least a little bit conservative and try to have more realistic scenarios and assumptions that really allowed us to perform this analysis. So as you can see here, under the 3 scenarios, there could anyway be an increase in non-performing loans between 1.3% and 2.6% under the most severe scenario. And this, again, is really taking into account also the collateral. But the sectors, as you can see, as you can imagine, are really the most affected. Of course, will be again manufacturing, agriculture, but also financial and insurance services. Now, on a relative basis, the most affected sector will be mining and quarrying, and also agriculture, as these sectors depend much more on nature compared to, for example, manufacturing. Then we also started looking at market risk. And unfortunately, we did not have access in this case and also in the credit risk to the specific borrowers and the specific lenders. So the analysis was a little bit limited, of course, but as central banks and financial authorities really will be able to develop this much more. I think this is a good starting point at least. But we have seen that under the different scenarios, Hungary could also expect, for example, its sovereign debt to increase between a range of 77 and almost 80% of GDP due to the output shock. This really is due to the fact that there could be fluctuation in the quality of the Hungarian government issuances if the shock really is too big to be absorbed. Lastly, for the financial system, the last thing that we have seen, and with many thanks to the MNB also for performing this analysis, is that only a few banks, only 5 banks, basically hold almost more than 50% that are basically of instruments that are directly related to a high or very high risk sector. This means that could be an issue with concentration of risk only on a number of banks. And if there is actually a shock in the future, it could mean that some banks, in this case 5 banks, really could be much more affected than the rest of the market, and that could lead to financial contagion and cascading impacts. Now, lastly, really moving to the supervisory considerations, so the last part of this assessment, we have tried to build on MNB's existing green program. We have tried to develop the 3 pillars to really try to have short-term, medium-term, and long-term considerations. The short-term are much more, let's say, simple, of course, and it's really to leverage the existing resources, the resources from the OECD, NGFS, the NFD, to basically be able to have a common language, to be able to understand the data and the metrics, and to start little by little advancing the work that we initiated together on nature-related financial risk, and of course to keep engaging with other international efforts such as COP16. In the medium term, the considerations really entail to start developing supervisory expectations for credit institutions, and this could take different forms, but it still is very relevant. To start to assess how to refine the approach to nature and to maybe develop some type of scenarios, and really to integrate the analysis of nature-related risks into the monetary and financial, economic and monetary forecasting of the bank. Last, for the long-term considerations, of course, there will be an expectation to prioritize domestic nature-related risks, but also to start taking into account what could be the external shocks that are regarding nature that could then affect Hungary, and really try to prioritize and meet the long-term monetary and financial stability objectives of the bank. And lastly, consider possible adjustments to the monetary and prudential frameworks to really reflect what has been seen is the real nature-related risk. I will probably stop there. I went a little bit quick, but I know we don't have too much time, so I hope it was clear. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Boffo, for the interesting presentation. Konferenciánk folytatásaként a biodiverzitásra irányuló...
As a continuation of our conference, we will learn about the governmental actions on biodiversity in Hungary, as well as a summary of the recently concluded COP16 Biodiversity Summit in Colombia, where I would like to invite Levente Körösi, head of the Biodiversity and Gene Conservation Department of the Ministry of Agriculture, to give a presentation.
Köszönöm szépen. Tisztelettel köszöntöm Önöket. Az előadásom címe a biodiverzitással kapcsolatos kormányzati intézkedésekről egy beszámoló, illetve a COP16-ról. Hát most erre nem tudok vállalkozni 10 percben, úgyhogy engedjék meg, hogy az utóbbiról beszéljek csak, a biodiverzitás csúcstalálkozóról, ami annyira friss élmény, hogy éppen hétfő hajnalban értünk haza Caliból, Kolumbiából, ahol ez a rendezvény megvalósult. És hát a csomagunk még mindig úton van való Bogota.
And so probably our baggage is still somewhere between Bogota and Hungary. I lost my baggage coming back from Colombia from COP16. What was this summit about? It is organized every second year. This is a decision-making session with the attendance of the decision makers in biodiversity. This was the 16th such summit after the agreement was signed. So actually that comprises 3 parallel events. One is the decision-making meeting of the agreement, and there are 2 minutes, the Cartagena minutes, which is dealing with the transnational transport of Cartagena, and the Nagoya one, which is the fair sharing of the proper benefits achieved. And in the framework of COP, there was also a high-level event where there were more than 100 ministers from all over the world. István Nagy represented Hungary, and also the Council of the European Union, and also heads of states, heads of governments attended. The summit, by the way, is one of the greatest environmental events. It is almost as important as the climate summit. There were 25,000 participants this year, which is a record, and 196 signatories are to the agreements. Almost all the countries, the US, with the exception of USA, the Vatican, and North Korea, and more than 170 countries were present. What is this summit about? In 2022 in Montreal, we had the previous summit where a historic decision was taken, and the signatories approved of the global strategy up until 2030 with a prospect up to 2050, and they set out the measures that the countries have to bring for biodiversity. So that was a biodiversity framework system or strategy. So that was adopted there, and at the current COP or summit, we had to focus on its implementation. So what we thought was, as people representing Europe, that it was brought into life. Now we have to discuss how to implement it. And what implementation means, it means different things in different parts of the country. So there is a conflict between the North and the South. The global North thought it was important to see how advancement could be made, that we had to adopt a monitoring system, a mechanism that can track how the countries implement the elements of this strategy, how they bring their own national strategies into life, and what the stage of implementation is. So that should be the first. Compared to that, the global South, if I may call it this way, focus only on how much funding they receive for this implementation. So there's a conflict there, which has been there for quite a long time, present at the different meetings and sessions. And this agreement has got several topics: the biodiversity of seas, forest, agriculture, health, climate change, and all the linkages. And I'm not going to talk about all this because it would be too much. I try to put a focus on what might be befitting a financial conference. And these are actually the topics which evoke the biggest disputes. There are 2 targets here. These are the 2 important targets of this global initiative adopted in 22. Target 19 says that up until 2030, $200 billion we have to be mobilized for the targets to be implementable. And there is also a sub-target which says that from international funding 20 billion will have to be reached by 2025 and 30 billion by 2030. So the 20 billion is forecast for 2025, and based on the OECD data, it looks like we will be able to achieve that. So we are coming close to this target, and probably $20 billion will be achieved. And later we have to upscale it because it has to come up to 30 billion by 2030. So the rest of the 200 billion will have to come from other funding, the private sector, the national biodiversity spending and everything else. And all that put together will come up to the 200 billion by 2030 if we are to achieve the targets. And there is target 18, which forecasts $500 billion in such a way that the harmful incentives of biodiversity will have to be assessed, and they will have to be transformed into positive. At least they have to be neutralized by 2050. See, this is longer term, but together we are coming up to 700 billion, which is the biodiversity finance gap that we'll have to somehow fail if we are to stop the lessening of biodiversity by 2050, if we want to reverse this long-term process now. And this is exactly why, as I mentioned, we have planned to put the focus on implementation, but fundraising is also a very important topic, and it gave rise to a big dispute. And in the end, we couldn't even take a decision at 8:30. Plenary session was adjourned because there was no quorum. There weren't enough people in the room, so we couldn't adopt anything there. But the purpose there is that this 700 billion gap should be filled and covered, and the agreement brought a fundraising strategy that should have been adopted. But there is a dispute about the fact that the developing countries would like to create a dedicated fund under the auspices of the agreement, and it would be the agreement who could instruct this financial fund about what to do and how to spend these funds. So basically speaking, that was the most important agenda of the developed countries, to have a dedicated financial fund. South Africa, South America, Africa, Asia, all of them focused specifically. The exception was South Korea and Japan. They did not share their view, but the developing countries wanted a new fund. And we tried to explain to them that, okay, we can have a new fund, but it doesn't mean that there's going to be more money in these funds. And the background of their demand is that the GEF, the Global Environment Facility, which is the current financial mechanism, which has been a financing institution for a long time now, it is the financing mechanism of this agreement, and there is a lack of trust in GEF from the developing world. Reasons are several, partly because in the operation of GEF, they do not represent themselves to the extent that the developed countries' monies are slow to reach them. It means administrative burden for them, and the internal operation of GEF absorbs most of the funds. That's why they want a new fund, whereas the global north would like to focus on the operation of GEF at full throttle. So that was the biggest conflict, and in the end, they couldn't even take a decision. What is also important at this meeting is that the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund under GEF that was created in 2022 after the strategy had been adopted now, it is a temporary financing mechanism of the agreement, and they are waiting for further contributions to top it up. Currently, 8 countries have invested funds, $160 million now. We have got $396 and only 12 countries have contributed that. That is still open for the private sector, but no funding has received yet to this fund. And closely related to that, there is the financial mechanism. I have already mentioned about GEF, and the most important question was whether GEF should exist or should not, whether that should be the financing mechanism or not, because there are various opinions, and I do not want to to dwell on that, but there was a huge dispute, and we discussed that for 3 weeks. The different opinions could not get closer to each other, and even with the ministers, when they came, they did not just read out statements at the plenary session, but actually the purpose of the presidency in Colombia was to involve ministries. They brought them together in smaller groups to come closer together, but it hasn't happened. But what has happened actually, and this is also a very important element of this big package, the so-called DSI profit-sharing mechanism. This is an innovative financing scheme for the purpose of the preservation of biodiversity. What is this DSI? I could talk about that for a whole hour. It's a digital information sequence, and we could use the shared profit for the purposes of biodiversity. As I already mentioned, there is the genetic resources preservation related Nagoya protocol, which is there to share the profits of genetic benefits. But the digital sequence information is not such information, because this information is actually just the electrolyzed versions of genome. That is a sequence of data stored in global data warehouses, and this is the information that is very much used in development, like in the pharmaceutical industry, food industry, biotechnology, cosmetics industry. And thanks to this, COVID vaccines could be developed very quickly, because this information can be downloaded from data warehouses, and you do not need to get physically the plants or the animals. You just have to have access to the data. And now more and more sectors build their developments on that information. And this information is coming from the genetic resources in the developed world. And that's why the idea was there that from the use of those we have to return back the profit to a certain extent. So we have adopted a multilateral system, which means that those who use digital sequence data for the development, that certain proportion of their profit or revenue will have to be put into a fund, and from that fund you can finance and support the different developments, and mostly in developed countries. So this is a success story of the current treaty, the current agreement. At this conference, we have already been talking about that for a couple of years, and it took a lot of compromise to adopt it, also for the EU, because the text is not exactly the way we want to see it, but at least we wanted to have a result, and we wanted this fund to start, and so that it can be started. The EU has nodded to this compromise, which was a serious result of this meeting. There is another thing, and that is the sectoral integration or mainstreaming of biological diversity, which is a very important question for several countries and the EU, because also in Hungary we may say that environment will not be sufficient to reach biodiversity, and all the other sectors will have to play a role: agriculture, water, construction, building industry, and so on. So everything will have to contribute from their own sectors, and in their own planning processes they will have to integrate these aspects. And at this COP now we've managed to adopt a decision, a resolution, which basically speaking has a vision for the future, how to share good practices, how to pursue good activities, and the International Secretariat has its own interests in advancing such sectoral integration at the in the signatory countries. And now this is a photo of the biggest Hungarian delegation at such a session ever, and because at the level of the EU we were participating in the preparation, in the negotiations, so we had to represent the EU's perspective, which meant that we were there for 3 weeks and we hardly slept more than 3 or 4 hours a night, so we did our duty. And I think that that this was very successful and the feedback is very positive. Even if the biggest package couldn't be adopted because of the lack of time and the lack of agreement, but many smaller, low-hanging fruits could be adopted, which is great. So that's all I could tell you in the 10 minutes, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Head of Department, for the interesting account and the interesting thoughts. In the next session, we are going to have a round of interviews with some professionals. The title is How to Incorporate Biodiversity Risks in Their Work, the various domestic players. So there will be 8 minutes dedicated to asking questions to each other. Please welcome Ditta Gregus, biodiversity specialist from the Ministry of Agriculture, Zsuzsanna Vitályos-Németh, head of risk management at K&H Group, Dr. Victoria Bodnar, managing partner at IFOA Horváth Partners Kft. Beatrix Szabó, Director of Sustainability and EBK at Alteo Limited. And last but not least, Katalin Sipos, Director of WWF Hungary. I wish you a substantive discussion. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'd like to very warmly welcome everyone at the conference. It's not that often that we have the opportunity as representatives of environmental protection to ask representatives of the financial sector. So I'm delighted now we have the opportunity. And immediately I'm looking at Zsuzsa as a representative of the bank sector as to what led you to contemplate how biodiversity risks could be incorporated in the banking sector, and why do you think this topic was given such broad consideration in recent years? Thank you very much. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I think it's a very important topic. And in banking, if we look back to the early 2020s, then we can say that all kinds of EU expectations were given special focus, including primarily climate protection. And back in 2020, we incorporated some very strong rules in this manner. And the players in the banking sector paid special attention to this. And as for the rest of the expectations, well, they had to do with the circular economy, and they started to be implemented in 22-23. And on a personal note, we even created a model for this biodiversity matter, which is admittedly a very tough topic. And I think that during the day today, we have heard from many presentations that it's a very complex issue, much more complex than climate change, where we can set a joint target in the international arena that can be easily translated for everyone, and we can set up different indicators, KPIs, in the risk management policies of banks, but this topic is more complex than that, so we still need to go ahead. And where we are now is that we already started walking this path, but we don't know yet how to really capture this topic of biodiversity, despite the fact that we are placing strong emphasis on this topic in 2024. Indeed, biodiversity is a more complex and complicated system. climate change is easier to capture through indicators than the variety of the living world. And just 2 years ago, when the global biodiversity retention strategy was set up, one of the 23 targets concerns the business sector, and it says that measures aimed at the measurement of biodiversity risks by the business sector are implemented. And I am very curious, actually. You are saying that this has been a topic, but what is it that Hungarian bank started doing in this matter? Well, we studied the issue of global biodiversity and the strategy at depth. And I think it's rather challenging to translate it into individual banking objectives and targets, especially so because we figured out from our model, and we are part of a larger banking group, that they are rather specifically local, national issues. So we believe that what was formulated in the global biodiversity strategy, well, it would be good to set a set of priorities from this, because we should put at the top of the list of priorities everything that we believe has a larger impact here. And then we could dig down in a uniform manner to the individual players of the financial sector, where we can translate these targets into specific risks and then build a framework upon this. Where we are now in this process is that we are looking at the partial portfolios, and we are looking at which risks are there in individual sectors in terms of biodiversity. Thank you very much. It's a very exciting topic. And although we are here from the Agricultural Ministry together with the head of department, and we only cover a certain percentage of the whole system. How do you think the government could support and help this whole process? Well, thank you for that question. It's very important to us, because we always see that there are pioneers in the banking sector as well in fulfilling some expectations, and sometimes that can cause a competitive disadvantage. And in order to safeguard our competitiveness, it would be nice to set national targets or even legislation that would be understood the same by everyone. And if we could set such targets, people who should get individually committed to fulfilling those targets, and the responsibility of the financial sector should be identified specifically, like someone should say, okay, I'm expecting the banking sector to meet these targets to such and such degree. Well, that's the issue of responsibility, but special, unique knowledge is also important, because, of course, the biodiversity target is so diverse in itself that we cannot be expected to have dedicated specialists in the financial sector for all of these aspects. Indeed, here, cooperation is important and is of key importance between sectors. Well, I also have a question to Yvette from the Agricultural Ministry. What's your impression? Which other areas, sectors, in your belief, are most exposed to biodiversity risks other than the financial sector? As you said, the agricultural sector is the key sector here, but obviously in the food and processing industries also we have identified some components that can have a significant impact on the realization of the biodiversity target, but it's also true for commodities traders and in the construction industry. So thank you very much, and thank you for the questions. And then I'm looking at the consultancy sector to look at how it all looks from the other side, beyond the financial sector. What's your impression? Why did you start getting involved in biodiversity? If I am giving an answer on behalf of the consultants or the sector, I would say that is the job of consultants to figure out what may cause a problem sooner than everyone else. It's not always successful, but that's why they also started measurements, strategy creation, etc., because they realize that it's a topic on the minds of all sectors, including banks. What I was personally interested in is as follows. I could see that colleagues involved in energy matters like greenhouse gases, energy issues, etc., well, they found these topics rather easy, relatively easy, but I was wondering whether just resolving the renewable energy issue would resolve the whole problem. And then I realized that our waste policy and our non-circular operation is even a bigger issue. So when my colleagues ask me about why I like to focus on waste management and circular economy within biodiversity, I always say that we will actually suffocate from rubbish before the world becomes uninhabitable due to temperature rises. Well, it's very interesting and valuable information. So what's your understanding? Do you think companies understand the issue of biodiversity, and do they see their role within this scenery? Well, when we started the discussion, I immediately said, no, they don't understand, and I figured out it was a stupid answer, because of course they do understand. And just as a side note, I would say that I often thought that when you start your career and you become an economist or a manager, then suddenly their STEM studies like biology, geography, physics, etc., are pushed to the background. Up until 4 and 5 or 6, they still go for help from the parents, but from there onwards they realize that their parents wouldn't be able to help anyway. So we actually targeted children who went to special groups in STEM subjects and connected them, because quite often the knowledge of biology, chemistry and physics in secondary school would greatly help the understanding of why we need to pay attention to the natural environment and what impact we have on it. Well, we pushed it to the side a bit, but it would be nice to have such a project implemented. And then we actually took out the topic again and we talked to a lot of companies. We came to the conclusion that it's not that they don't understand, although their knowledge could do with some updating. Well, as you put it, biodiversity is a national problem. That's the issue. So switching to a circular economy and stopping the decrease in bio-waste and better managing waste is something companies cannot do alone. And I'm not saying they should stop and not do anything. All I'm saying is that they need to work together with something. These are ecosystems, truly. So if I use water, that's a resource, and if I use water as a company and water is cheap, then I am not going to bother myself thinking about water, because that cost is only a small portion of the total cost. And without wanting to speak badly of the Ministry of Agriculture, I would say that if there is no standard single regulation for compostation, or whether the leftover from fermentation could be put in the fields, because everyone believes that that's much better than chemical soil improvement substances. But the regulation is very difficult to set up. So every time we see that, every time we would do something about it, or companies would do something about it, they get to players or factors that cannot be influenced by them. And one thing is certain, an overburdened and stressed out manager will not actually focus on things that they don't have an influence on. They will focus on things that they feel they are in control of. So it's nothing to do with knowledge or understanding, but it's about having to cooperate. We cannot do it alone. Yes, that's a justified point. But if we still look at whether you can see any companies, industries that are focused on this, Well, I am certain that agricultural players are dealing with it, and it's a kind of topic where factors such as the quality or pollution level of the soil, the fertility of plants, or the health and welfare of animals. Well, there are many points that are involved in the day-to-day work and which also influence the success of the business parameters. So they do understand that. But I was just looking and thinking, okay, if not at today's conference, but at an average business conference, we would say, we would ask participants whether they think Hungary had a biodiversity strategy. Very few would raise their hands, even though we have already had the third one. And they would be very, very surprised by this. And I must say that I very much like the biofarming kind of conferences they organize in the Ministry of Agriculture, but it's always the same 40, 50 people sitting there on Vigadó tér. And we do discuss interesting topics, but I don't think this event has a wide reach. So companies that are very much involved do focus on it. And when they create an ESG report or a sustainability strategy, they do contemplate the biodiversity impact, and they add the simplest item to the list, but it never gets organically integrated into corporate strategy. But I'm sure we'll come back to that. A last question, even though that was most on my mind. Well, it's a very difficult topic, and now we are standing here and contemplating how we could measure this risk that is much more complex than climate risk. So what do you plan to do, and do you have any data? I always thought that it's very difficult to measure complex data, physical, biological, whatever parameters, and I was wondering whether we should just count the different stakeholders or the different species involved, even though there are so many in the world that it's very difficult to measure them, and I'm sure there are no single unified measurements, but I was really happy to hear before lunch that indeed there are a lot of measurement toolkits being developed, so we simply need to learn and understand these measurement methods, so I'm sure we will make progress in that.
Thank you very much, and this is for Bea. Well, I always thought of Alteo very highly, because the basic idea which gave life to the company was sustainability. And then, in addition to this business, which can be operated just with one computer, the company started to go in a direction where it was starting doing different things to prove that it believed in sustainable business models. You have done a lot of measurements, and you have got serious experts from different areas. You have seen a lot of protocols, measuring systems, templates, methodologies that can be used. Do you think that there is something that can grasp biodiversity well, or are we still waiting for something like that? I think that there is nothing out of the box. What we've used was the WWF's biodiversity filter, and in addition to that, we have involved several experts, and in this way we evaluated Alteo's biodiversity impact. And as we call it, we have got different types, power stations, and we measured how we measure the impact of biodiversity on us. So there's nothing to grasp it in the best way. I think that we need an altogether different approach, mentality, if a company would like to assess its risks and opportunities. So trading renewable energy and the production of renewable energy. So after that, you made advancement towards the management of organic and inorganic waste. So Aldo has got quite a beautiful portfolio by now. In addition to all that, do you think that you can put enough focus on biodiversity? Do you have a strategic goal in terms of stopping the reduction of biodiversity? So is it just that you are doing the measurement, you are trying to pay attention, but you do not yet have a complex strategy? Actually, it was part of our sustainability strategy to create a biodiversity strategy up until the end of this year, 2024, and I think that we are making good progress there. And in all that, what we have undertaken is to take a look as Alteo, what can we do on our sites, but also more broadly in the reconstruction of habitats or the flora and fauna. So right now we're in a stage where we have already identified the segments, taking into consideration the Hungarian biodiversity strategy, the EU targets. We have looked at a lot of international benchmarks to see how other global companies do this, how they approach biodiversity. But coming back to your question, basically speaking, it is our ESG certificate that brought that into life, because we always received a big zero and we didn't understand why. We are doing things well. We have lots of well-functioning power plants. And then we realized that even a solar panel has the same impact the way you install it. And now that we are digging deep, we can see the different aspects from which we need to approach. So I think in 2025 we will be able to go to the fields and implement biodiversity facilities that will be visible. There is another idea for the placement of fermentum. They reminded me of the fact that there is a big dispute or debate in Hungary with regard to solar parks in the area of agricultural land. In some countries this is allowed, elsewhere it's not. I don't know whether this is good or not, but this is a typical meeting point that we would like to do renewable energy, and we create an infrastructure which will not disturb anything on the ground level. And I often ask when I meet very highly dedicated people, for instance in animal husbandry, what to do if we use each and every bit of the animal. They say it's no good. You shouldn't eat animals at all. You should leave them alone. But coming back to you, I think this is a very serious problem also with the other companies, that on the one side you do something which you think is beneficial, for instance, biodiversity, climate change, the reduction of different emissions, but at the same time there are several other impacts there, and we should somehow grasp this total equation, and probably for that you need some knowledge, and maybe that knowledge is not available in-house. So do you deal with such contemplations in your decision making, that it has this impact there but a worse impact somewhere else? Well, we haven't been dealing with that as yet. Our approach rather is that if, for instance, we install solar parks, which was a good example, that in that installation we are contemplating how to implement a biodiversity project in such a way that the same arable land 20 years later, when the solar park will have to be demolished, could be reused. And, there is this conservative solution that we have to sow it with grass, we harvest it, and there is a guard. So we always have to check out what the location is, what habitats needs to be preserved, to combine it with animal breeding. So even in-house, it is rather difficult to convince the colleagues about why this or that is good for us, because how is biodiversity linked to the economical aspects or this old traditional engineering kind of mentality. So this is very complex, and I think that we are trying to use soft methods as well, but this is also a whole learning process. And unfortunately, we do not yet have ready-made solutions of how to do this. Yes, the change of mentality is extremely important. And Aalto, I think, is very active in this public vernacular. In addition to you being there, talking, speaking up, what else do you do so as to exert some impact on the operation of the environment? So I think that the impact will be there if we have got good exemplary projects. So good practices then. We are looking forward to them. And now let me turn to Kati from WWF. And this is going to be a personal question. You, who have been working for a long time in nature preservation, how can you keep up your level of enthusiasm day by day? How can you push it forward day by day, although you have just issued your Live Planet report, and in that you are only describing how flora and fauna are becoming extinct? Yes, this is serious work. We issued the latest number in October, and it says that since the 70s up until now, the amount of mammals is less by 73%. So, you know, if a bank would say that, oh, great, we have managed to put 73% of our portfolio into unsuccessful investments. So it is rather motivating to start speaking up about diversity at conferences, sectors, which has been unparalleled in the past decades, but at the same time we also are very much pressed by time, because day by day we are losing habitats. So there is a recognition phase, but in the meantime we are still having greenfield investments, deforestation, so there is this rush. But once you are talking about optimism, this is one of the reasons that I can see that there is a debate about this topic already, and biodiversity is trying to catch up with climate change topics. And there is another thing which I can see, and probably I can tell you that this is rather a bittersweet optimism, that now we can see week by week extreme weather phenomena just within Europe. Spain recently, we can see that these crises are actually pressing red buttons in the minds of heads of different sectors, that this has very seriously arrived in our everyday life. And I think that because of that, we will be able to find the right solutions. Maybe there will be some bad solutions, wrong solutions as well, but here we have to understand who has what role and how to push it forward in the right direction. I also think that the managers, the managers of company, the whole business sector is just awakening to the fact of the changes that have brought some risks. And so water, climate, biodiversity, they are very much interlinked topic. They go shoulder to shoulder. They are together. And we have been working together And Alteo has this whole biodiversity project, and you have to find your place. But what do you think in Europe or even in Hungary? Because you know that this has already been recognized as an issue, but are there specific actions, or is it just on the flags of companies? We already have got a few projects, and once we are at the Green Finance Conference, I would like to tell you that the National Bank of Hungary is spearheading this effort. As far as I know, this was the very first institution which invested into a habitat-based project for the first time, and we still got this cooperation with them. Now we are negotiating with you about the reconstruction of habitats, and we can also see some companies near us with whom we can start habitat reconstruction projects. And there is something very serious that I'd like to table here. One is you were talking about climate, biodiversity, and the many threads that link them. May I add that we shouldn't even separate them. We should rather create a synergy. And once we are talking about the restoration of habitats, it is not enough anymore to preserve whatever is left, but we have to restore some, because if we don't, even what we have now will be lost. So biodiversity actually has to operate in a kind of network, and this is the network, the grid that we will have to rebuild. And the good news is that it is still possible. There is a way to do that, and that is why we need to talk about reconstruction. However, if we want to see that these habitats are having a function, we have to also understand that once we are talking about climate changes or extreme weather conditions, then we need to see that there is this one element that is climate, but there is also the use of the landscape, which can strengthen the bad impact on climate. For instance, last year we had an accident on M1 when several cars hit into each other, and all that we could read about that in the press, that there was a strong wind because of climate change, but if it was true, it would happen everywhere. Whereas you can see that there is one section along the motorway where there is no forest, no trees at all, just arable land, and the soil is not covered. So actually you can see that the use of the land, the loss of habitats, and the climate change, extreme weather, all these are very much linked together. And so this has to be a logic when we are talking about the restoration of habitats. We also should talk about how, with habitats, we can reduce the climate risk. So we shouldn't think in terms of silage, silos. As Alteo, we have recognized that, and you are underlying that too. And so what do you think if you take WWF as somebody who is embracing this topic, a dedicated civil organization? How can you act? What is your role to fill in the gaps, the deficiencies? Because there are some. Yes, so we are very much at the very beginning of the road to biodiversity. So there are many initiatives, and which is going to become fully fledged, and what is going to be business as usual in 10 years' time? Well, I think that we wouldn't bet on who would be the winning indicators and methodologies and solutions. I can certainly see two roles. One is awareness raising, education, providing help in terms of knowledge, so that awareness is not derailed. Because if we just look at biodiversity as a topic superficially, we can misunderstand many things. And let me bring up here the example of planting trees, which is great. It's very lovable. It's a great cause, and it can very much develop how environments become livable. But there are problems, and if, for instance, there are many things which are more severe than planting trees. And this is something we have to understand. And what else? Well, nature conservation, it has got a lot of geographical implications. Nobody can do that on their own. We need to have some functions like us who talk ESG, nature protection language, water language. So somebody who is an interface, who is an intermediary, because it is very important that every penny that investors and companies invest in nature conservation, that it goes into biodiversity, ecological network. Yes, so this tree planting, I think that this is still in the minds of people, because, for instance, if in-house I talk about biodiversity, my colleagues say that, okay, let's plant trees. I say, okay, but this is not enough. Maybe a couple of years ago it was still enough, but not anymore. And what do you think about the role of the ministries or the different policies? Because you cannot think about silos, water, air, soil protection, nature protection. So what proposals we could give to them? So I am going to pass on this question, but let me just now say that it was already said in the morning that if we talk about biodiversity or climate adaptation, it is only possible if the different sectors and players work together. So we need a lot of dialogues, thinking together, sitting at round tables, talking about the pros and cons. And until we are ready to do that, there won't be systematized solutions. Dita, I would like to pass this on to you because you are a player representing the state. What can you do so that in the different sectors this biodiversity mainstreaming can move forward? Thank you very much for this question. And that is exactly what was our purpose with the National Biodiversity Strategy up until 2030. So this globe was made along the Global Biodiversity Strategy. We try to keep in mind the global and the EU targets. And what we did was not sit down and write up this material, but first of all, we mapped out the sectors that mostly depend on natural resources. I mean, firstly, the agricultural sector, because most of Hungary is an agricultural territory. Forestry represents more than 20%, and there is water management, and so on. And so with the involvement of the sectors, we created the targets together. So it was thinking together. We sat down at the table, and it was not exactly the strategy that I consider the biggest result that it is brought into life and that the government has adopted it, but the whole process was great. The whole elaboration process, although we had a lot of debates and certain values, unfortunately, could not be integrated because some sectors or some policy representatives did not agree. But at least there was a good process to come to the common denominators, and this thinking along together helped us so that we all can stand up for this strategy. But there's a lot to be done still. Yes, I think what you mean is the legislation on nature restoration. This is something new at the level of the EU, and it is mandatory for the member states to restore habitats and nature. And we often feel that, okay, this is a means which could bring a lot of sectors to the same table. And then the question arises whether we are able to do that, if we can bring all these sectors to the same table, how, and what your role is in all that. Well, I think that this is a great opportunity. We should use it, and I think that the sectors are happy about that too. And of course it also means that this is a kind of headache for everybody, but in biodiversity protection this is the very first directly effective EU piece of legislation which we need to implement together. So this is not just a directive, but it is mandatory, and by the end of the summer 2026, the national nature restoration plans will have to be elaborated as well. And here also the goal is, because this is also a liability, a commitment, that it is not nature conservation creating the measures that will have to be implemented, but the different sectors will have to tell what they think about this, what tasks they think they should carry out if they want to meet the what is required by this piece of legislation. And I think that you, NGOs, will also play an important role in all that. You have to contribute, you have to support this process. But yes, this is an absolutely novel type of approach, and it will be the responsibility of the different industry sectors to set out what specific measures they want to take.
And we can see, I can bring in the water management issue, that the drought of 2022 actually reinforced the process of an increasingly strong dialogue about water retention. And now this is slowly spreading to the agricultural sector. And this is where people could join, or companies could join such initiatives, those that are directly impacted by water issues or the issues caused by the drought. So talking of companies, when it comes to biodiversity strategy, well, and also looking through the eyes of a representative of the state, what kind of opportunities do you see for financial players? They have an absolutely important role to play, and I think they could also cooperate in the proliferation or supporting the proliferation of norms, standards that respect the values of nature as a priority. And here it would be nice to see specific projects and business models that also take into consideration the risks involved in preserving biodiversity. And the more such items we have to put on the table, the more players in the business sector will get involved, and there will be an increasingly high number of us. We are still just taking baby steps. There are too few such projects, and I believe that, and I'm sorry to ask Mac, but as far as I know, you have some specific initiatives that help grab the essence of these ideas, like habitat restoration, the creation of new habitats, etc., etc., where the private sector could play a significant role. It's a win-win situation. So habitats can also positively benefit from such initiatives by creating a higher diversity habitat, and the marketing value becomes higher as well. And they can openly show how they contribute to the protection of the environment. And that's actually a specific question from me to you. What are the projects within the Worldwide Fund that might be of interest to the audiences as well? So what is it you are doing in practice? Maybe I wouldn't go into too much depth, but on the website of MMB, you can find the schemes that we have done together. And we are also working with Altao, with Beo and her team, on risks that have to do with different habitats. What is important is to do the restoration of habitats in places, and also the kind of projects that can be incorporated in the risk analysis and sustainability plans of companies, which is not an overtly easy exercise. We need to find answers to how we can bring together two topics that are traditionally very far removed from each other, and I'm sure we each have some experiences in this matter. Is that your closing words? Yes, we have run through. Thank you very much for your attention. Perhaps I would summarize and emphasize in response that it's a very novel topic in a very novel approach. And looking at biodiversity from a corporate perspective or investor's perspective, well, we still need to bridge that gap, and we don't know how long the bridge needs to be and how much energy it will take up. But let's not be scared by the fact that there are no ready-made solutions yet, and we are looking for new paths. And the second key message is that it cannot be done alone. We need partners and harmonization with the different policies. We need novel discussions to rise to the challenges. So that kind of openness is an incredibly important value and resource in this matter. And in conclusion, I would also add that although we don't represent the business sector, but coming back, or this is not business sector, but coming back to the conference organized in Colombia, there is hope, because the Colombian government said that they want to make this event to be a summit of the people, and they succeeded, because wherever you went, you could see on television, on the giant posters, well, people knew everywhere in Colombia that there was such an event taking place. And the idea was to create some kind of bridge between the professional jargon, like biodiversity, and the actual people, and help them understand that for 2 whole weeks, the world in their country, in their city, is working on supporting the cause of environmental protection. And if that is possible in a country like Colombia, in a country of that size, where the waiters, the market sellers, everyone knew what biodiversity was about, and there was COP16 taking place, then maybe other countries also have a fighting chance. Thank you very much for the very exciting interviews. It was interesting to hear not only the answers, but also the questions formulated on people's minds. We'll soon continue, but before then we'll have a coffee break. Please listen out for the gong. Thank you.
Kedves vendégeink, sok szeretettel köszöntünk újra mindenkit. A konferencia elején
Dear guests, welcome everyone once again. At the beginning of the conference, we heard that another agenda item was added to the conference program because we'll have an interactive knowledge sharing session to help you with sharing your knowledge. Please take your seats in the conference hall. And actually, it's going to be an even more complex request because ideally we should have 5 to 6 people around each table. So if you don't have enough people around the table, please join another table because that's how it will become interesting. We have also come up with some instructions. You can find them on the table. I'd like to share a small change with you. It's just going to be 30 minutes rather than 50 to discuss the program, to share with you the different experiences of today, but the instructions will be exactly the same and the steps will be the same. And the first step is for each table to nominate a facilitator whose job will be to direct the discussion around the table and to give the floor to different people if they wish to speak, and also to make sure in the time available that they answer all of the questions. And then there should also be a notary appointed, someone to take notes. So please note down your main ideas and the main thoughts on your mind. We'll gather them before the end of the discussion. You will have roughly 10 minutes for actually reading the QR code behind me, and together or with the help of QR code, please enter the main words that came to your mind from today's session. We'll create a word cloud to see what the key words for you from today's sessions were. So with that, I pass the floor. The steps are on your table. If you have any questions, then Laura and her team will help you. Thank you very much, everyone, for your active participation. So on the projector, you can see the word cloud, good practices, societization, education. Yes, I am actually sorry that the not shell drilling fly is not among the word cloud words. But I hope you had a substantive time over the past half an hour, and then we'll continue the conference after the refreshing block. So we have a last panel discussion titled Working Good Practices and What It Is We Need to Switch into a Higher Gear. So please welcome József Török, Investment Director of Blue Planet Climate Investment Fund. Balázs Faluvégi, advisor to Stradamus ERT, Dr. Károly Kovács, President of the Hungarian Water and Wastewater Technology Association. And the exciting discussion will be moderated by Dr. Judith Géber, Associate Professor at STE and ELTE universities, to whom I now give the floor. I'd like to very cordially welcome everyone to the conference, and I'd like to welcome you, even though we had a good chat just some time ago. And the good practices also came up in a very top place in the word cloud. So let's start sharing good practices. So please say at least one good practice from your own professional experience each. Thank you. Well, what we established in the previous panel, actually, that everything is linked to everything else. Biodiversity is impacted by water issues and the protection of water stocks, and also natural phenomena to do with climate change, like water pollution, primarily. So I could bring examples as representative of the Hungarian Water and Wastewater Technology Association. So we have numerous cases of pollution prevention from our own companies, both in Hungary and globally, as of course biodiversity doesn't know boundaries when it comes to waterways or CO2 emissions. So I believe that in this respect, well, perhaps in the context of ESG, I can think of a company that is not really a water utility provider. I'm thinking of the airport, where compared to some foreign airports, well, in the runways and in the parking areas where the water is potentially contaminated, they are treated before they are allowed to flow in the surrounding surface waters. And I don't want to waste your time, because I believe we'll still have the time to talk about it.
Well, I am in the ESG area, and I have come originally from the investment area, but we are giving advice now to those who are responsible for emissions in ESG. My example, that is my favorite, because what we like is to do any developments based on data. So I do not want to tell you how many greenwashing examples there are, and it's rather difficult to assess what impact they have. So we really would like to have data-based developments. And we've been working on a transmission system operator that is dealing with the operation of power grids, a regional company like Mavir in Hungary. And my favorite example with Mavir is that there is a bird protection program. They've been doing a lot of things there, but it was not really based on data. They just had a lot of photographs, and professionally speaking, they have had a lot of good things. But now, at least, they have shown quite a lot of significant data. And so there are different protected species, and for instance, the partridges, they do not have nests. They just find shelter in other nests, and more than 60% of these birds like to nest on MOVIR's overhead lines, which is a very tiny piece of information, but still it indicates that it is important to think based on data if you want to make progress. So this is already a good starting point. Basically speaking, I would like to put the focus on education in the good examples. We are working as venture capitalists, so this means that we are investing money into enterprises in their early stage of development. What is typical of them is that there are not too many people, there is not fully fledged technology, often they do not yet have fully fledged products, so they don't really want to have good reports. But from the very beginning, it is important what the companies put the focus on, because later if they become mid-sized or large-sized companies, they need good foundations. And as ESG rules will affect all companies, so therefore even small companies need to monitor everything from an ESG perspective, how sustainability is represented in their products, for instance. So that's why our recommendation is that in all our portfolio companies we should gather indicators like environmental sustainability, so things like more efficient water use, energy use, to save leftovers of food. So we are trying to identify indicators that will help us prove that the way a company works will have an impact on sustainability. So we've heard about data-based assessments. I'm asking all of you, what are the pros and cons of making assessments based on data? So if we gather a lot of data, what is the good and the bad thing about it? The biggest problem is resources, and sometimes the lack of education as well. Probably that is what has been mentioned by most, and also resources. We have got a customer where in the total group there are fewer than 70 people, and they are still subject to ESG because they are a public company, and I can see that it causes a lot of difficulties even in their mindset to collect the data. They need to understand why the data are important, and probably they are not as big as absolutely having to collect all types of data. So we have to find the middle ground. We shouldn't ask them to collect too many different types of data, but at the same time it should be useful information to be published to all the stakeholders. So I think this is the biggest challenge, but of course we can be flexible in all that. And there might be certain areas like GHG is something that we shouldn't turn a blind eye to, but often many ask about what the biodiversity is, why it is necessary, how could we measure it, and it is our task, and also it is a challenge for everybody to try to find a middle ground where not too many resources are used to collect the data, whereas at the same time the data are informative. And now let me give the floor to Józsi, but I think that this is the perspective from which you need to look at it. So what the disadvantage of measuring? I don't think there is a disadvantage. Maybe we have collected the data, but we won't take them into consideration. So I think that it's best to collect as much information about ourselves as possible, but maybe some of the information is not going to be useful for us, so we will ignore that part, and then we may set it aside for later, and maybe at the time when we do not need to focus on complying with all the rules, we can produce them again. So I think that you have to measure everything continuously. Of course, you cannot have a 100% database decision making, but we are having better and better data collection and processing systems, also AI. So now we can cope with big data. And then the question is what we will do with the data and how we will use them to give responses. In connection with the data, I would like to say that in connection with the ESG reports, there are 3 separate areas: environmental, social, and governance. So we have to give answers to questions in all those areas based on the data. But there is something that we haven't talked about, the tax union, which actually is behind the ESG. It is an important element of environmental sustainability, and we have already talked about biodiversity here. And as Katalin said, we are having a lag of 10 years, so it is lagging behind the climate goals. But there are other areas, the protection of waters, pollution, and the circular economy. But for all these areas, for agriculture, the different areas of industry, transport, mining, tourism, and water utilities as a sector. So all those have been identified, and for all these sectors, the sector-specific criteria have been identified, and those sectors will have to comply. And so I need to call attention to the fact that these regulations have just been issued, and these sectors need to focus on all the areas set out there, because we've heard that everything will have to be measured, but there are some specific data to be measured for these companies and these sectors. And also they have to define what is it that contributes to the fulfillment of certain goals, whereas we shouldn't act to the detriment of other goals. And no matter what we are doing, biodiversity plays a role. And I must admit that biodiversity is an area where I have not examined the compliance criteria so much. I have been rather focusing as my mission on water, but all these are dynamically changing because as the EU reference links keep changing, this whole area keeps changing dynamically. So we have to know what data we have to monitor. And then let's talk about education. And within education, I would like to highlight something that will be necessary, and that is that all those concerned and when we are talking about development and operation, there is a baseline, and so it is needed to train the people there, not just the experts who are preparing the reports, training of consultants, and we have first tried to have a narrower training just for the environmental part of ESG. So essentially, those at the baseline should be trained. In the case of engineers, we have to cooperate with the chamber. There are 2,000 engineers. We have to provide education for them. So we are now just focusing on water, but of course we shouldn't forget about biodiversity either. There is a small interjection. We have talked about education. Just one example, in the case of an ESG, the materiality analysis has to be carried out when the important stakeholders have to be asked about what the important areas are. There's one area where they always pass back the question, asking, okay, let us figure out what it all means, and that topic is biodiversity. So probably this is very difficult. It's very difficult to capture it, and although I fully agree with both of you in terms of education, it has to start by the explanation. And very often we are talking about managers because there are all sorts of different stakeholders, but when we ask the managers, even managers do not have a clue about what it means, biodiversity, even at the conceptual level. So this is where we need to start. And we try to do that in-house as well, but maybe this would require a broad consultation. And how do you explain what biodiversity is? On each and every occasion, we are trying to give such an explanation that is underpinned by examples. There are many customers of ours who provide services, and there, for instance, we can argue in such a way that for instance, there are the office buildings and the land area around it, and how much the catchment area is, what is the area that they carve out of the environment. And in the case of TSO, we explained to them how important it was that often the power lines cross nature protection area, so it's important how much space is taken up by them. So because if I just give a general example saying that probably the impact will be that the biodiversity or the habitat will be limited, then probably it will not give them a good explanation. It is always good to underpin it with some specific examples. Joseph, I'm also asking you, what type of expertise is needed if we want to educate people? What would we want to impart as knowledge to our partners? We usually say that a good example is a good teacher. So there are the case studies, as Balázs also mentioned, where in the given sector, a given player, what opportunities may have in terms of biodiversity, ESG, taxonomy. So I do think that this is not just consultancy, and it is not just the market that plays a role in all that, but also the legislator plays an important role. And we've got some good examples here from Hungary. There is the related conference organized by the authority, and now we are having this conference. So actually all the stakeholders who in the given area work as a legislator or as an authority, it is their duty to educate the market. And this is how we may drive the stakeholders to try to comply with the rules.
When it comes to education, and I'm saying this as a good example as well, well, in the 1990s in Hungary, even in petrol stations, there was nothing to actually catch the dripping oil. And then of course, the tires were also wearing out, leaving microplastics particles behind. And the environmental industry, well, requires the kind of skills that we don't always have, but also first business opportunities. But we can also develop the market, like in Vietnam, Hanoi, where there were terrible circumstances like blocked sewage, etc., etc. So there were fat deposits there in the kitchens, and then with the equipment we removed fat that could be measured in cubic meters, and then they started taking measures. In Africa, in Ghana, we took some water purification equipment, and then a local partner involved in the construction of motorways. Well, first, this client requested water purification because they needed clean water for 500 people. So they asked for a water purification option. And they actually don't have any water purification facilities other than ours in Ghana. So we built it up in the middle of the jungle there. And actually, in this service area, they already have an oil catching system. So in the wake of the European taxonomy and ESG regulations, where as a member, well, as members of the consortia, they work abroad, well, they also need to follow these rules. But for this, participant stakeholders need to know these resources and what it is that designers can do to ensure more suitability for these targets. So there you practically bring in financial motivation as an educational incentive, yes? Yes, definitely. I would also add that we also need social education, social aspects, because as long as these activities only belong to advocacy bodies, we can still be smart up in the ivory tower, but as long as there are alternative water sources and we use sewage water or retained rainwater for secondary use, as required actually by the taxonomy, and the development of the underlying industry will not step to a societal level until in Hungary, as opposed to many other countries, there is no fee for rainwater, even though it can have a lot of effort and environmental impact, because all the waste issuing comes from sewage actually going into the sewage canals during rain. And it's not going to change until we don't put a price or a value on sewage water or rainwater, and until then people are not going to take action, even though that's the idea. Balázs and József, how do you see this? How can we balance financial value creation and natural value creation? So how can we achieve a trade-off between them? So the most frequent reason is that they want to manage these two factors totally separately. And it's still part of the mindset that they can be opposing factors. But there are thousands of studies that say, across the ESG area, that there is a strong correlation between the two. So there is no correlation above 0.9, but yet the correlation is rather high with 0.6 to 0.7. So I wouldn't separate the two for sure, which is the most difficult job when it comes to biodiversity. So the impacts are mainly long-term. And as you mentioned, at policy level, there is no strong retention power. And if we just look at the example of the rainwater, in the majority of cases, the correlation still comes from the fact that the issuance is punished somewhere at some level. And when it comes to biodiversity, it's very difficult to capture where it should be. And even when we do find the right location, it's not compensated for by the other side. And if you have seen sufficient studies, a sufficient number of studies, I am sure you spot the correlations, but we always emphasize that actually they are intertwined, otherwise they actually try and not to pay attention to the whole thing because they have millions of other things to do, and SMEs are under great financial pressure along with others, not to mention ESG. But if there is an ESG Act and there are obligations, obviously people will pay attention primarily to that, to be followed by topics that are not properly regulated. I always say to startups that quite often it's not the technical manager, but the financial manager who should decide in matters of finance. So the two are not opposing values. The question is how I can prove to my buyer or potential investment partner that the two can move together. I could easily say that I'm not letting in my portfolio any companies or clients that don't make a positive contribution to the reduction of environmental damage, which is a positive criterion, but at the same time reduces our room for maneuver, because there are many good investment opportunities in Hungary, but they don't all make a positive contribution to environmental changes or can even be harmful. So as a matter of fact, we are not saying that if something is very green, then it should be less profitable because it doesn't work on based on an equity logic. In a government program can actually work as a social investment issue, but when it comes to money market investments, there is no such exchange. Simply the money will flow to where these conditions are met, where these environmental or sustainability conditions are met. It's well proven by how many more capital funds have been launched, and we have actually not one but three now, which is good because it's exactly 3 times as many as 5 years ago. But what we see is that when it comes to the equity funds that do not show any social sustainability or sustainability otherwise, then the money will flow to places where those sustainability criteria are taken into account. So are you also saying that we need to convince the CFO due to in the wave that came in now due to the ESG topic? So approximately 75% of the ESG area is always controlled by the CFO because there is no dedicated manager, and we are happy because they are easier to convince by numbers, which is the ultimate goal, to convince everyone through figures. Please let me know in this note, in this context, that you made a reference to the stock exchange. It's a relatively small company with 70 people, employees, and we actually established this with the help and support of the Budapest Stock Exchange, and then I forgot what I wanted to say. Yes, I know what I wanted to say. Let's not lose the focus. It's one thing that there are reports made and they are being audited and they can be posted on the website, and we can even see some kind of positive shift. But when it comes to compliance with the sectoral criteria, if the taxonomy doesn't comply with such criteria, then when it comes to the funds and capital funds, then not only from an investor point of view, but also in view of the credit placement practice of the bank, the bank must also place such funds transparently, depending on the size of the portfolio that is in line with the taxonomy and how much of the portfolio is not. And in this area, and I cannot really see certain banking players, so my point is that we can expect huge volumes of capital to be shifted, and on the other hand, when it comes to the yield expectations of placed funds, I can also tell you that the issuing of green bonds requires even stricter due diligence and compliance criteria. But when bonds are issued in the right volume, well, we can reach a visible interest rate advantage in a compliance category.
The question is how to disseminate good practices. What are the restrictions there? What are the limits? Okay, so one thing, as I have mentioned, is that if the relevant knowledge does not appear at the level of the stakeholders, then this is no good, and probably somebody is going to make up some documents, some papers, there will be reports, but knowledge will not spread. And Gábor Bartos, President of the Chairman or General Secretary of the Sustainability Committee of the Parliament, mentioned that ESG was the second best solution. The best would be if natural resources could be priced right. I would rather talk about water, and if its value were not 0 forints per cubic meter in agricultural use or industrial use, just like in the use by the households, that is 0.4 filler per liter. So if these resources, these natural resources, do not represent a value, and if, for instance, you take the amount of rain falling on a house should equal to the consumption of the people living there. We rather are having a deficit there. In most areas of the plain, we have got some water resource deficit. We might have heard that already today in one of the panels. So if we wanted to make a shift from here, then it would be important to have retention in all areas. But if there is no return on that, and if all that does not represent a value, then this is not going to be socialized. So we will not be able to reach the level of the critical mass. And we have made some studies at the level of certain companies that would they use some of their wastewater, would they use some of the rain? They rather drill a well or use the water from the pipeline. So there is no modernization, there is no change. What comes to mind about that is that in the case of our own house, we had 2 water reservoirs collected, and that actually represents a huge cost. And let alone the fact that it's not easy to find a tradesman to install the system, although it is not too complicated. And in spite of that, we've managed to water to irrigate the whole system throughout the whole summer in such a way that we did not need to use any of the water from the pipeline. But so this had a high initial cost. But we can see that this has a return on the midterm. Once you have mentioned about the traditional Hungarian house, and if somebody lives in such a house, there is no financing program for those. Regional programs should be launched there. And I think that the biggest problem in dissemination that this is rather the issue of resources. But if we have the resources, we can make progress here. But right now, even in the case of profitable companies, and we have got small and even large companies in our clientele, even in the case of such companies, they are very economical about their investment. So this resource issue should be responded to, and probably a government program could give a lot of help in that. And there's also the question of education, that at least in the case of companies where there is capital, where there are resources, it should be solved, and the people should understand how important that is. So this is something that we have to push forward. I don't think that we should convince anybody today that they should install solar panels at least on the roof, or pay attention to insulation, and we have to pay attention to the use of water. And so I think that the deficit is rather in connection with the water. It's difficult to convince people that we have to be economical, but it's mostly a resource-related problem. I can agree. You've mentioned about solar panels. It picked up when there were non-returnable funds given. And the same happens with insulation. Just recently, one of the great public companies launched their own insulation program, whereby it gave a discount to the extent of 50% to those retail customers who gave them the grant quota. So these are the programs, and in SQL-type financing already a decade ago, we could renovate some public buildings and some properties. So, okay, in principle, we all understand and agree that it's very important, but somebody should actually finance the initial investment, and until this happens, the households or even the companies will not be able to do much. At the end of this discussion, I would like to ask one sentence in conclusion. So what is the most important takeaway from this discussion and from the conference, Károly? That there is light at the end of the tunnel, and we have to do it all in cooperation, and we have to build capacity. Education is important. Just 3 words about what I think the most important lesson to be learned. Data, 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 after Lenin. And we have to gain information and knowledge. We should understand what it is that we can do in our own environment, even with scarce resources, and then we need to identify the opportunities to upscale it. Thank you very much. Thanks for this discussion.
Szépen a panelbeszélgetés résztvevőinek.
I wish to thank the participants of the panel discussion for their fantastic views, and also Dr. Judith Gebert for the fantastic moderation. That takes us to the end of our conference. I'd like to ask Laura Jókuti, head of the Sustainable Financial Strategy Department, to share her closing thoughts with us and evaluate everything that was said today. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, that takes us to the end of the conference. I wish to thank all of the presenters for accepting our invitation, and all the guests and colleagues that participated in our event personally or virtually. The purpose of this year's Green Conference was to highlight connections between biodiversity and financial risks. We tried to give an outlook from the results of the COP16 that was closed last week and the activities of key international organizations in the topic of biodiversity. And in the second half of the day, we did that all in a Hungarian context, and we talked about issues that are relevant to Hungary. MNB is a pioneer among Hungarian banks in green financing. We have always known the significance of financial systems for financial stability. Over the past years, we focused on the risks of climate change, but by tracking international advancement, there is more and more attention being paid to the loss of biodiversity. So we are very proud of the fact that in the OECD, our biodiversity project, implemented with the help of the European Commission, turned out to be successful. And in Colombia, there was huge international interest in the project in the invitation-only events and our own events, which laid the grounds for further cooperation. That feedback is important to us because it confirmed that we are on the right path. The work is not stopping. We are even more motivated to carry on this path. Continue looking at the exposure of the Hungarian financial system. And we also wish to continue international knowledge sharing. The discussions and presentations delivered today have shown that the preservation of the natural environment is not just an ecological or political interest, but also an economic one. The reduction in biological diversity creates a crisis. Many experts say that we are in the midst of the sixth extinction stage. And we believe that development and stability and societal well-being can only depend on the scheduling of all the action we need to support the preservation of biodiversity and to build a more sustainable future. Cooperation and collaboration is of key importance in managing future challenges. So I'd like to encourage all of you to use your experiences from the conference and your relationship network to look for joint solutions and maintain sustainable development together. Thank you for your participation. Let's keep in mind that the protection of biodiversity is our common interest and our common responsibility. Goodbye.
Köszönjük szépen Jókuti Laurának.
Thank you very much, Laura Jókuti, for her closing thoughts, and I wish to thank you for your attention and your participation in today's event. And in conclusion of the event, please allow me to invite you for a reception in the hall outside. I wish you a very nice evening. Thank you.